to ensure high levels of achievement for every student.
And the vision is
Every student is fully engaged in extraordinary learning experiences, preparing for successful transition to the next stage of life.
All right. Next item on the agenda is approval of agenda.
I motion to approve the agenda with the removal of action item 7G ISBA.
I second that motion. It's been motion to remove action item 7. What was it?
7G.
7G. Removal ISB. And it's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed to that motion?
I'm
sorry, let me back up before we take a vote, because I did not allow for comment on that motion. So any comment on that motion? Any discussion?
Want to know the rationale?
I did, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
So as I read through it as it stands, the current and updated information for this item wasn't available. So we have not received the invoice for the dues for this year. And I went ahead and I emailed Misty on my own, and they have actually taken action on our request from when they presented to us. So we had talked to them about our clerk being able to be with us at events and other things. And so I just felt like if we were going to discuss this without pertinent information to what it currently was, that we would be creating a debate over information we didn't have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I would vote yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So-
I just wasn't sure.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
unanimous vote then to remove that item from the agenda, okay?
Yes.
The next item on the agenda, let me scroll back up here. It looks like budget hearing. This item on the agenda, budget hearing. Randy, budget Dewey for the hearing. This is- Oh,
Yeah.
Anybody has anything to say, then they have the ability to come up and express
Yeah.
interest.
So,
That's all it is.
yeah, I was thinking about the public comment on this particular thing, but typically how it's done is just Q&A. If there's any comments.
Hearing only. It's them expressing interest in what they have. It's not a Q&A, it's a hearing.
Hearing from the public.
From the public, that's it. There's no Q&A associated with this.
So we will then open
If
it.
anybody wants to present.
If anybody has anything they want to present regarding the budget,
Then we have the floor.
come up and present, you have the floor.
Yep.
That's what this is, a public hearing. So we are here to hear what you have to say, your input on the budget. Doesn't look like there is any.
It really is.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yeah,
I just want to clarify one thing. So our video to this evening's meeting is not working, but the audio is working just fine. Plus it's a courtesy, but because audio is working, we will continue live streaming it.
okay.
And remember, it is a courtesy, so if we have any other glitches, we are not in any sort of violation because it's not a requirement to live stream, it's courtesy, but they just have to hear, not see.
Is there any reason why the camera's on?
I would have to disconnect it. I don't want to remove
Yep.
it, but they are seeing this.
Okay, so they're seeing the information, they're just not seeing
You
us.
Just board chair, maybe a reminder as we're talking, we might want to say our names
So they know.
so people know who's speaking, just to help with that a little bit.
Makes sense. So on this budget hearing, do we need to now take action on this?
No, it will be on the June 27th.
We're just looking for hearing comment. There's been no public comment on this at this point, so we'll move to the next agenda item. Which would be the food service meal fee increase, or the increased fee for the food service. And again, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone that would like to be heard about that, you can come up to the podium. The floor is yours. Being none, we will move to the next item on the agenda, which is NEP Education Association update. I was gonna say, I do believe we have someone in lieu of Mr. Coffey.
Yes, I do. Thank you. My name is Deborah Adamson, and since President Coffey couldn't be here today, he asked me to speak. kind of take the time and introduce myself so you're familiar with me. I have been asked to be the co-vice president this year with, I'll be over the elementary and then Stacey Nichols will be over the secondary. And just a little information on me, I've taught in the Napa School District for 19 years. I've been in elementary teaching kinder through 4th. During that time, I'm currently at Ronald Reagan Elementary teaching 2nd grade. My husband and I have 4 children that also attend the school district, ages 6 through 16. That's a little information on me. So I just wanted to say hello to the board and introduce myself and I look forward to working with you. I was asked to relay the information that this afternoon we have an association meeting to ratify our contract, which was under negotiations and was unanimously passed.
Thank you. Sit down.
Yeah,
Any questions from the board?
Thank you.
Ms. Adams?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate the info. Next item is trustee comments and update. Any of the trustees have something that you would like to comment on or an update? Any schools you visited? I'm just kidding. Schools.
Yeah, I can.
Trustee Valier.
I was able to meet with Superintendent Russell and a couple of people, I forgot their names, about suicide prevention. And they gave me a whole bunch of statistics for the last, since 2017. And a list of everything that they have tried to do. And I know there's a lot of concern about suicide in our community by kids. And it's I think we all share the same concern. I was really happy to see some of the things that are being worked on. And I hope eventually, if they haven't already, they give a presentation to the community about the things that they're trying to implement. Because I think we're moving forward in a very positive way.
I'll piggyback on that. So I am on the board of a group called Courageous Survival. It is a suicide prevention nonprofit for first responders. Not this Friday, but last Friday, I was invited to Southwest District Health where they are actually rewriting their suicide prevention plan. I loved their forward thinking. They want to take action immediately. They had a very diverse group of people there. They even had invited the president of the NRA just to really change up the conversation. It was phenomenal. There were a ton of community partners there. So I love that the community is moving as a whole. I think that everybody jointly is concerned. So I love to hear that. And it was a phenomenal opportunity. And it was a pleasure to meet the people there. And I know that the coalition plans on continuing that work. So I'll continue to update you guys. I really went as a board member for Courageous Survival, but had a really great opportunity to be in a group for youth because of my position on the board. They allowed me to attend that group. So that was really eye-opening as well.
Any other trustee comments? Okay.
That was Trustee Taylor speaking.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is public comments. But instead of this opening up for public comments generally, we're going to reserve those public comments for each agenda item as we go through this agenda items. And there's sign-up sheets out there if you wanted to sign up to comment on an item, or Ms. Lamont has them. I guess I'll have them here in a sec. We got a full agenda, and I just want to make sure that, what's that?
I didn't get to sign that. It was gone already.
All right,
It was after the meeting started. I do apologize.
that's all right. We just want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to sign it. So that being said, we'll move right into a consent agenda. Next item on that.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as listed.
I second.
Okay, it's been motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. All right, we're moving quickly through this agenda. That's good. Number 7, action items. So the next item is the Union High School Innovation Agreement.
Chair Kirkman, today we have Melissa Pratt, principal of Union High School, to come speak a little bit around the innovation agreement. I think she has a couple of folks with her as well to talk a little bit around the school and some of the progress reports on that. So, Mrs. Pratt, great.
Is this the young lady who took me on a tour when I'm at the end? I
Yes,
thought you were familiar. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you for this time for us right now. We are presenting on our performance as per our innovation agreement for union, and I have brought Morgan McDonald with me tonight. So sorry, maybe I'm a little nervous. McDowell this evening, and she's going to start off with speaking about some of the pieces that we've implemented this year to help with our new students, and then I'll present on some of the data that you see in the presentation. So as we're getting it pulled up, there we go. So while we are also discussing our innovation agreement, we are also discussing our onboarding program at Union School. So we are 6 through 12, and with that, and as being an alternative school, I will say that we definitely don't do traditional methods of just bringing a student in willy-nilly. It's probably a little bit ahead in the presentation. But we do an onboarding process with them, and that does include having them meet and be mentored by other students, having them meet and be mentored by existing staff members. And that includes them learning the big picture model that we use as a school, using the social emotional learning that we do as a school, and as well as that is learning the ways we practice real world learning, such as internships and connections with the community.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I just don't know when to switch your slide.
Good. So why do we do? Oh,
No, we're
it's all
going.
right. You are good. So why do we do onboarding? So creating a sense of belonging and bringing in these new students. Obviously, I think almost everybody in this room has been a new student to a different school at least once in their life. And traditional schools, that's hard enough, especially if you're moving into a very small and a very different environment than what you're used to. Instead of big crazy halls, you have very small classrooms of only just 20 other students you're going to be with. Getting integrated into that is so important, and we also provide that adult connection with them to be able to have adult figures that they know they can trust, and that as well as students they can trust. So we do summer school onboarding versus in-school onboarding. We actually just finished up with our summer school onboarding about last week. Again, that would be like a 2-week session. We bring kids on Leave and Learns, which is basically field trips for traditional school. We have a certified student and a staff member leading those groups and creating lesson plans. We differentiate the middle school and high school. And it just makes it easier for the coming year when students come in. So they do it during the first 2 weeks of summer, and then they come in fall. And then for the 2-day session, they're just mixed in with a bunch of middle school and high schoolers, but we still do the structure there. And then it does get broken down for what we teach. Big picture learning is a good chunk of it. I would say 25%. But we do highly focus on not just the self-introspective, but the group bonding. Having students have a support system when they go into a new school is so important for us, as well as being able to learn about what their new school is going to be like. Projects and connections. So during the summer school onboarding, we have to do big projects so that they can learn this model and process that they're going to be working through. For examples that you'll see on the screen, last year for the 2021 group, we had them build cardboard boxes to take out to Lake Lowell so they could learn like how they could one group build together, but also think outside the box on how they can make their notes float. Leave and Learns, not only do we love having our students build these projects, but we love them connecting with our community, whether that's through internships or going out in the community. For example, we went up to Jump this year round with our students for them to learn about the trackers, but also for them to be able to teach and relay that information to each other for students who weren't there. As well as that, we went out to several other places for, I'm sorry, I lost my thought there on that practice.
Jump, you were talking about Jump and the
Yes,
trackers.
yeah, Jump and the trackers. They did learn about those items and they were able to relay them in practice, presenting them. And as well as that, we focus on the group bonding aspect of it. since that is so important to how we build such as staff climate and culture. A lovely transition.
Well done.
So our onboarding is a huge part of our school. We do it both during the school year and prior to, and it does help with retention and creating that culture, that climate and culture of inclusiveness and helping kids to really feel like they're a part of our school. So to speak to some of the data, what you see right here are is the state survey data on our staff climate and culture. And we have worked really hard on this over the past 3 years, and we've continued to see growth in all areas over the past 3 years. And so we're really excited over this next year to really start digging in and focusing on parent climate and culture and building better communication and more opportunities for parents to be able to come in and visit our school and learn more about our school.
Ms. LaPrance, before
Yes.
we move to the next slide, can you go back, just the resources that support student learning? What are some examples of some of those things that?
So I think if you notice, there was a little bit of a dip last year. And I think one of the big resources that we utilize at Union are internships. And so last year it was a struggle with internships because there were a lot of internships that were not available to students. We had to go to online internships. And so one of the resources that we really use at Union is our community, but that also does include the laptops and technology that's brought in. Our staff also this year, due to a grant, were able to have a budget for Leaving to Learns, where they were able to take their students out into the community and do projects connected to places in our community that the students learned about as well. And so I think that was an additional resource that helped staff and students both.
So it's more than just what's available in the building itself.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
Can I add a resource?
Yes, please.
A daycare facility
Yeah.
for students that have children.
They're
They're on site
huge.
so that students can feel good and then also focus on learning.
Yeah.
That's a big
Thank
one.
you. Thank you, Sandy. I appreciate that. Yes, we do have a daycare on site that's both for staff members and for students to utilize. So,
Well, I'm sorry, along that same vein, there's a resource room. I don't know what you call it, but where they have clothes and other items that are available for people who may need those. So
Yeah.
just a well-rounded.
so we call it our Fox Den. And so we have one section that has clothing, and we try really hard to focus on professional clothing for them to be able to go out for interviews and their internships, but it also provides the basic needs for a lot of our students. And then we also were able to partner with a community partner this year, and we have a really great food pantry as well that's right on site for our students to utilize.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
So what you see here is our graduation rate. One of the things that we've really worked on since our creation is graduation. For an alternative school, a lot of times graduation is a struggle because they come to us credit deficient. So you'll see that we're really happy this year. We reached our highest percentage ever at 54.2% of a 4-year graduation rate. We did see a dip in our 5-year graduation rate, but when I looked at the data, we have a large number of 5th-year students that will be graduating next year or on track to graduate. So I predict and I suspect that 5-year graduation rate will increase next year as well. Another piece that we work really hard on at Union is our go-on rate. So really helping our students to plan for the future and be ready for what that plan is. If you look here at this data, this is the data of what students have, or the percentage of students that have gone on after they have left Union over the past few years. And so we have seen there was definitely a dip in 2020, which we correlate, that was across kind of the state with COVID. But this current year, we have a large number of students that are suspected and have already enrolled, have housing set up to go on. 7 of those, of our 30 graduates, 7 of those are the first in their family to graduate and will be the first to go on after graduation as well. So we're really excited about
So this
that.
is the number, not the percentage of.
That is the percentage, sorry.
Ms. LaPrance,
Yes.
if you go back to that, I believe that is higher than the state average across the state, and we consider the fact that it's an alternative school and how behind some of the students have and some of the obstacles they have. It's just an absolutely incredible number and a testament to the staff and leadership and the students over in Union.
Thank you. We also, this was our first year with middle school, and one of the things we really focused on was intervention. Our goal is to create a climate and culture where they continue on with us all from the 6th grade all the way through. And we really are working to close the gaps in middle school, so then when they get to high school, they're ready for the state test, they're ready for the PSAT, the SAT, and to go on. So we focused really hard on interventions this year. 74% of our middle school had growth from fall to spring in their reading map, and 68% of our middle school students had growth from fall to spring in their math. We also, our 6th grade really rocked the intervention. They kind of held up the middle school in many ways, and that particular group used Power Up. And by the end of the year, 100% of her students were at grade level in their comprehension levels. So we were really excited about those interventions that took place. And we are looking to provide additional interventions this next year, grades 6 through 12, because of the data that we gathered this year. Another really great key to what we do at Union is our internships, and we saw our highest rate ever with internships this year. 94% of our students, grades 9 through 12, had a successful internship throughout the school year. And of our 15 8th graders, 7 of them had an internship by the spring semester, and that was optional, but a large portion of them chose to do an internship because we were really excited about that. So we were really excited about that as well.
Can you just, a couple of examples of what those internships might be? I think it's interesting to see where these kids are going and doing their internships.
I was going to say, they are completely student driven. So it's across the gamut. We have those that are working with computer programmers and they're actually writing programs. We have those that are in mechanics. For instance, we've had interns at Western States Caterpillar before. We've had them at Toyota. We had one particular student graduated this year that had a fabulous internship with a barber and then went on to barber school. So it really just depends on what that student's passions and interests are. We have over 350 partners in the community that students have had internships or that we've had some sort of partnership with throughout the years, and we continue to grow. So looking towards our next steps, we know that we need to grow and improve our academic rigor. And so really that is one of our main goals for this next year, is to really get high quality projects that have high quality skills in them, that our students are able to demonstrate what they are learning, and to also implement school-wide interventions to help fill in some of the gaps so that they're ready. And then finally, we have a pretty good plan in place for community involvement, with more community events at our school where we're able to bring family members in and community members in, recognize them, and also help educate them as to who we are and what we do at Union. So that's where we are. We know we have areas of growth, but we also feel good that we have areas where we need to grow, but we also feel good that there have been areas where we continue to grow. So, any questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
How many students do you have, and out of those students, how many are at-risk students, and out of those students, out of all the students, how many are disabled?
So we have 100% of our students are at risk according to the state qualifiers. So the state outlines what the at-risk qualifiers are. 100% of our students are at risk. We have our highest enrollment numbers this year, I believe, were 205. We are projecting that we should be able to open close to 220 this year in the fall, which is capacity for our staff and our program. As far as disabilities go, we don't have any significant disabilities, but we have a very, very high number of trauma. Our students all have high ACE numbers, and we also have a high number of free and reduced lunch.
And did you say that does the school send them to you, or do they choose to come to you, or do parents know about the program and they,
We work really collaboratively, we try and build really good relationships with all of the schools in the district, so that we work with their counselors, their social workers, to help identify students that maybe are not thriving in the other schools, and then they help refer them to us. But it is an application process where the parents and the students choose to come to us. But we work really hard with the rest of the district to let the staff and students at the other schools know who we are and what we offer, so that we can provide that opportunity for those students that need it.
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Maye, that choice component is a big part of the school. The fact that they want to be there helps with a great deal of engagement, buying into the program, buying into the internships. It's a really big part, which makes it slightly different than a traditional alternative school.
I can say the applications that come through, we accept. I mean, I can't think of maybe but a couple this year that we haven't been able to accept, and usually there's some sort of constraints due to our structure that has not allowed that to happen. And so we try really hard. Right now, we are still accepting applications, but we are also getting pretty full. And so that's the kind of roadblock that we run into a little bit now, is that we do have wait lists at some grade levels because we are full.
so you're constricted by the amount of people that you have on staff and volunteering.
Yeah, so due to the at-risk, we are considered an alternative school, which we're funded differently, which also means that we cap our classes at 20 students. Part of an alternative school is providing a smaller setting for students. And so we do cap at 20, and the staff, we have 11 advisories, which makes it so that we only have enough space for so many kids.
Any other questions, comments? I have a question. I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Both you and Ms. Morgan, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Is there anything that you need from us as a board to help you continue what you're doing and to even do better next year? Anything on top of your head?
I would just say, and not just for the board in general, I mean, just for the district in general, having our understanding that us as an alternative school, and I don't mean this for the other high schools and everything, or the other middle schools by any means, does not mean we should be labeled as a bad school, does not mean we should have our students labeled as troubled. Many of our students are labeled as troubled just because they do not have the resources provided for them to be able to participate in normal traditional school with agility. I know my main reason was because I had severe lacking in mental health support. So I feel like being able to have us be understood as a school that does not just mean we have troubled kids, it means that we provide help for students who may be struggling.
I love it. And since that says comments, when I went to Union, that was the furthest thing from my mind. I walked in there and it felt like a family. I mean, the way it was set up and structured, it was really awesome. That was the furthest thing from my mind. It was a great experience to go do that. But that's something that we'll make sure that we keep in mind. Is there anything, Ms. LaCrosse, from me putting you on the spot in front of the superintendent and everybody? I know, I get it.
I think Morgan spoke very eloquently. I think allowing us to continue to think outside the box to support the students that we have. We know that they have come to us because the traditional models don't always necessarily work. And so allowing us to be able to think outside the box so that we can really help provide the support that they need in unique ways is super powerful for our students and our staff both.
Good. Okay, thank you very much.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Trustee Taylor.
Yeah. So Morgan, first of all, you look fabulous, absolutely fabulous. And second, you're mind blowing. You're dynamic when you present. You are skilled, and I just want you to know you show up.
Great.
Thank you so much to Taylor.
And she's a great host. If you ever
All because I expect to be hosted.
Thank you.
Thank
For
you.
the time.
Thank you.
So since this is an action item, the innovation agreement, was there an agreement that was attached to this, or is it? No. Dr. Russell, I'm looking to you for.
Yeah, I believe we had an immigration, was it attached to the previous forward when Mr. Pratt came, I believe we brought it.
Yeah, I
forward
remember seeing
in the
it,
May
yeah.
meeting, as just kind of a heads up that was coming. But we do need to approve, or deny or amend or modify that if you so choose.
Chairman, we were not sent an updated one that would be with any terms. The one that was provided was the one they were currently functioning under as well.
Was there any, Dr. Russell, was there any update to the one that we were presented with the last time? Or
There was
any
no update
changes?
since the one in May, and I'm looking at Mr. Pratt just to double check and,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have the updated one. I can resend it to you again if you would like. And whichever, however you'd like to take action. It's fine with me.
So when you say there is an updated one,
is it, Mr. Pratt, it's not any different from the one that we had, we sent the
Okay.
updated one in when we had at the May meeting.
That's correct. It's the same one as the one that you had in the May meeting. And it goes along with the memo that I attached at that point in time. It is the one that our staff voted on in May and they unanimously supported the innovation agreement.
I'm attaching it in Word docs right now.
okay,
So, yeah, Chair Kirkman, board apologies for not attaching that. Should have caught that and we should have.
that's right, I just want to make sure we weren't missing anything.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
I'm refreshing.
Give me a second.
So we're waiting for that updated document to come through on board doc, so the board has an opportunity to kind of look at that again. Or we can go back to that.
If you refresh it, it should be there.
Okay. Right.
There is a memo, I just can't get it to open. Or so I can't load it. That was attached in the email. I can't get the memo to open.
Okay. And that was probably just a memo from Ms. LaPresse saying, here's the innovation agreement for consideration.
I'll
And
forward it to
Yeah,
you.
Chair Kirkman, it was just a memo saying, this comes up every 3 years. This is something that is worked on with the staff and it's brought forth, and needs to be approved in June.
Board Chair, point of clarification. Do we need to change? Oh, I see right here, staff taken on May 19th and then approved for today's date. Never mind. Question is you
asked and answered, man.
and myself.
I just wondered if it needed it to have the 3-year term outline, but I know it's part of it.
What number are you looking at?
Well, it's just not in here. So, I mean, we can approve it for
So
3 years, and so I'm just wondering that date.
So
Looking
it's,
at Dr. Russell, if that needs to be in there or not,
Chair Kirkman.
well, number 4,
3 years.
is it number
Okay.
4? This
No,
agreement
you're
is-
right.
Okay,
Mhm.
is that what, does that?
Yes,
satisfy
I
the
was
question?
looking for a date and it was getting thrown off because there wasn't one in there. Thank you. I see it. 4.
Same thing.
Scroll down, yeah, just number 4 there.
Yeah.
Just make sure everyone's seeing that same thing. Okay, good. Any other questions that your speed reading skills are put to the test? A review? All right, if there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the innovation agreement for Union High School.
I second.
All right, the motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion?
I just think great work is happening and so supportive to let it continue.
I totally agree. It's great work. It's showing, and Principal Pratt, thank you.
Agreed. I don't see anything out of the ordinary in here, so everything looks good. And you guys, I mean, I can't wait to visit.
Ask for Ms. Morgan when you get there. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes. Thank you very, very much. Next item on the agenda is early childhood curriculum. And I do believe Ms. Mon. What's that?
Hello. We don't know what to do with ourselves. It's so early in the evening.
We can have you sit
No,
down.
no.
if you need to. About 10:30 today.
So I know that we've been in front of you a few times about the early childhood curriculum, and I'm gonna let Principal Kinchlow speak to the Komochi Toolkit adoption, and at the end, we'll be requesting a recommendation for that adoption.
Okay, so this will be generally a review from the last time at the board meeting when we presented. So most of this information we've already gone through. If we go ahead and proceed. This increased, we ended up with about 280 students within seats that we were servicing by the end of the school year. Taking a look at it, we have approximately 140 coming back for the upcoming school year at this time. We talked about Komochis. This is what you find in the toolkit. There's pretty much everything outlined for you. Those are the Komochis. Those are those little plushy feeling characters, as well as those little dots of different feelings as well. So taking a look at it, we want to adopt this because it does fit what we are doing in Idaho, as well as what the parents are asking. One of the things as many of the families come in is they are asked if there are social or emotional needs for their kids. And so a lot of our students who are in special education, we assess, go through the eligibility process, make that determination, and determine whether or not we're going to be helping in that area or not. So this toolkit can help support that. Okay, and that just continues on what I just spoke about. Okay, we did have a committee on this. We had 3 teachers and 1 parent and guardian. They did vote and they recommended that we do adopt this toolkit. This is some of the work that we've done. Since then, we did open it up to families and parents and you guys as well, thank you. And so we did not have anyone come in person. So we seconded that with some information with the website as well as a video for the families, and then sent out the survey in response to that. We had about 6 families answer, and all 6 said they recommend adopting this toolkit as well.
Did they have any specific questions or just say we like it, we recommend adoption?
There were no specific questions that I recall in regards to it. Many of the comments are that we do like it and yes, please adopt it.
Okay.
Just when Trustee Taylor was there.
I'll be able to, after I.
Okay, sounds good. This is another piece that we sent out to the families. You guys should have a more interactive form for you guys to take a look at. The vast majority of areas that we did question the families that we piloted in, we did pilot this in 4 of our classrooms. You can see growth in most of those areas for the families. Okay. Oh, and there it is. If you click on the summary, that will answer our question for us if it opens. Okay. But once again, yes, they all recommended it. Okay, and so that's the end of the presentation. Do you guys have any questions or comments?
Chair Kirkman.
Trustee Taylor.
Yeah, so I actually was able to set up a meeting with both the principal and Mrs. Mon. And we went in and I invited a couple of community members, one I believe is here to speak. The person I believe that is here to speak, she actually has a special needs child in the district. And then I invited actually another parent that had a pre-K child that was not special needs, who also just really fell in love with the Kimojis. And now that I recommend it all the time, and 3 people have like bought the Kimoji stuff because of this is amazing for your child. It was super cool in the way that they talk about really acclimating, especially for our SPED children. It was really cool. One of the little kids that came was actually working on Brave, and they got to hold the feeling of Brave and like talk about the difference between brave, but in order to feel brave, we have to be afraid. It was really, really cool. So I loved it. The parent that's come, I do believe that she's read the entire book. I think it would be great to hear from her, just because she was willing to commit to that. But it was phenomenal curriculum. And I honestly, after I left, I wondered why we wouldn't just roll this out to everybody. It was so good. That's how I felt about the Kimojis.
Chair, if I can say something. Yeah, hold on just a second. Okay, Trustee Dahlia.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that I tried to look for anything negative about this program, anything online that I could find positive, negative. I was surprised how positive this is. And talking to my wife, we both raised an autistic kid. Something like this would have been helpful. So I mean, children need this, especially in these times. So I'm glad you guys found the program, or whoever found it, but
Nobody wants to take credit.
that's all I want.
Okay.
It was shared with me.
So we did have a public comment. We had somebody signed up as, and Miss June Sigmund, is this who you were?
It
Miss Sigmund, is that you that stood up and was on your way up before
Yeah.
I rudely interrupted that? Yeah, so if you want to come up, we'll allow 3 minutes for public comment.
I'm gonna read from my notes, if that's okay.
That's perfect.
Thank you for listening to me tonight. My name is June Sigmund, and I am a longtime Nampa School District parent. And I'm here speaking in support of and just letting you know about my experience of what I've learned about Kimojis. It is an early childhood curriculum. I got to go and have the privilege of touring Greenhurst Elementary. I was emotional. I'm always emotional, but I was especially emotional watching the kids interact with these. For those that don't know, they are plush characters with like feelings and emotions attached to each one. And the kids, if they're feeling some sort of emotion, they can go and find that specific plush toy and take it with them. It teaches to share and, sorry. Of course. Give me just a moment, I apologize. I just deleted my stuff. Okay, I'll just go on. I'm just gonna wing it. So I have a son who's special needs, and if he was in the early childhood program years ago, if we would have had this, it would be so beneficial for him. I feel like it would help with behaviors. What I saw with those and what I read in this book was amazing. It was teaching interactions at home as well, which I think is so important to combine the two of what our kids are learning in the classroom and at home. And it was teaching about just that emotional connection. I can't even say enough like how impressed I was with it. And I asked if I could take the book home and read it. So I went to Hawaii recently and I took this with me and I read some of it. And then I read the rest. But I think it's awesome curriculum, and I would be so appreciative if you could get this for other kids, because kids that are on the spectrum, I think this could really help with behaviors. I think it could help them learn emotions. I always had a hard time kind of teaching my son those things, and the aspects and the different things that they teach and how to share among the other kids and how to communicate was just amazing. Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you. It's dedication when you take it on vacation with you.
Chair Kirkman, if I could comment one more time, yeah, and just because that jogged my memory a little bit, I also was super impressed with the at-home piece and the parent inclusion. And I just can't say enough about our experience at Greenhurst either. Both both the principal and Mrs. Were just phenomenal. The entire experience was phenomenal. You could tell that they're gifted at kids. It was really a special experience. But that at home piece I just thought was awesome. And there were a lot of parents at the school already like integrated in these types of things. I was visiting as well because we went like midday. So it was amazing. Thank you again. I also felt very privileged.
Any other comments, questions from the trustees? Okay. Well, this is an action item, so we need to take action on it, correct?
Yep.
I will entertain a motion.
This is Trustee Simpson. I move to approve the adoption of Kamochi billing guide as curriculum for the Nampa Early Childhood Learning Center.
I second.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded, then third, just in case. Just in case.
Same thing, looking over this stuff, I think it's important, and even, you know, I work with kids that are in high school, and we see a lot that there is a disconnect in some of this, and like how people are feeling and how kids are feeling, and it comes across as maybe anger, but it's not really anger, it's rooted in something else, and I, like a lot have said, you know, had other kids had access to this earlier on, it would benefit. So I didn't see anything wrong with it either.
Yeah. Really quickly, can I ask a question or not? Is that over?
Is it? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just wondering what the age limit is for this connect.
Our particular toolkit was designed for preschool, but there is early learning that goes beyond preschool into slightly older ages as well. There's kinder first.
So there's opportunity.
There is opportunity for slightly higher levels as well.
All right, well, it's been motion and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Curriculum is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, I still believe, Ms. Mon, don't go anywhere. Oh, no, this is secondary reading intervention program curriculum.
Yes. And,
Which one?
secondary interventions? No. Power of adoption. So again, this will be kind of a repeat for you. We went through quite a bit of this in May. So we'll go right on through. You can ask questions again. So really, this is about looking at one program. It was a program that we adopted for elementary, and then there was an extension up for reading intervention for students in secondary grades who are struggling with reading, to make sure that they get those foundational skills strengthened and can practice comprehension and vocabulary. And so what we wanted to bring to you is a formal adoption of this program that we continue with. And there was the committee members who worked on that, including teachers who worked with this program and parents. Here's the NAMPA values around secondary ELA intervention. And then survey results, and we were looking at not student data and what teachers were thinking of the program. So there's teacher support, student support. These were students involved in the program, and then parents and community members. We didn't have a large turnout at our open house, but we did send it out, video out again, and had responses that way. And we were kind of doing a little cheer when Principal LaPrade was sharing her results from Power Up as well. So the committee strongly recommends adoption of Power Up continued use in that. So next steps, this is really by licenses. There are some components that teachers can utilize, but basically this is a by student license. So we would need to figure out, we have a good number already, how many licenses each building would need to utilize next year. And then how much professional development, how many people need professional development to go ahead and teach using this tool. And then we would set up those dates and get the licenses going and out to kids. Okay, questions?
Questions from board? I'm always interested in if you can go back to the survey results.
And you have a survey in your board packet.
Yeah.
The survey result with some comments listed.
So,
Go ahead, trustee Valley.
Here's a quick question. So this program is for students who are not at grade level, right?
Correct.
And is to help them catch up to grade level.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions? Ms. Mon? I'll entertain a motion.
Trustee Chairman Kirkman, I move to approve the adoption of the Power Up for secondary reading intervention.
I second.
Has been motion and seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
I did same thing, just seeing good results and getting to hear directly about the sixth grade comprehension, 100%. That's pretty awesome.
I was gonna say you can't beat 100%.
Yeah, you can't. So I think, yeah, get it into the hands of our educators and get our kids going.
Right.
It
Motion,
doesn't hurt, I'm sorry.
no, trustee
I was
Valley.
gonna say, it doesn't hurt that most parents they support it. That's a big deal, so.
All right, there's a motion on the table, so all in favor?
I
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Secondary music curriculum.
Music curriculum, and I'm gonna invite Mr. John Burton. He is the band director at East Middle School, and he is the secondary music coordinator, which is an incredibly wild job.
Yeah. A lot of work. So we'll share this presentation. Again, you've heard quite a bit of this, so we will kind of move through. And at the time, in May, we hadn't done the open houses yet, so we have some, and the committee hadn't done some final meetings. So we'll have some things to share. So just a reminder of our curriculum adoption process that we have utilized up till now, and I know you're working on a new one. This is still the old one. And so all of these things were part of the work that was done here. This was started early in the year, and then it was paused until the levy was passed. And then we got right back on it and we passed the levy. So thank you to everyone. Again, here is the committee that came together to look at curriculum. And these are the list of the essential standards. So these are the things that they want to make sure that the curriculum helps them meet. Here's a little look at the rubric. So they took the values and the things they were trying to meet, created a rubric. We're looking at if the programs were strong in those items. And so this is a rubric one that they used. And I'm gonna let John talk about a couple of components of secondary curriculum.
Good evening. We have two big parts to our curriculum. One is the method books, and the other part is sheet music. Sometimes we use the term literature in there that's interchangeable. Method books focus on technique and on reading music. And then sheet music is for the application and reinforcement of those concepts, and also for introducing our students to a wider variety of styles and composers and historical periods, because that's not always in the books. So, and we can move on from this one pretty fast here. This is just a snapshot of the material we considered, and there's a copy of that in your packet. So you will notice that we have a lot of different publishers, a lot of different series. There's no one size fits all method for music instruction. We have to differentiate these because there are different approaches, different pedagogical approaches, depending on the group of voices or the group of instruments. And on the subject of incorporating technology, teachers will have software available. However, we're not going to use curriculum that is dependent on the students having access at home. Basically, their instrument, their book, they can take that home where they can work. They don't have to worry about Wi-Fi connection or overpowering laptop. We did have 2 open houses. We had 11 attendees between the 2. We also had all of the 16 secondary music teachers review these books during PLC time on Wednesday afternoons. And then we had the 10 committee members review the curriculum during our meetings. So these first 3 books are for middle school band. 2 of them have already been used in the district. And the beginning book is new for us, but it will likely be used as, it will be used the first year and for a part of the second year as well.
The other two books that have been used or are being used currently?
Yes. Okay, so.
I do understand your response.
Yeah, okay, so we have different programs. It's a long answer. Do you want me to get into it or?
Not too long.
Not too long? My boss is behind me going, oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay, so the programs look different at different schools based on numbers. Some schools have 3 years advanced, some years have a beginning group and then a combined group for the older students. And so depending on what we have at different buildings, we've used some different materials.
Okay. That makes sense to me.
Cool. About a short.
That was great.
Good job.
Okay, so on the next list, these were rated well for the middle school orchestra. The feedback that we received, they are visually appealing and they present the content well for students. And then for middle school choir, as stated in the feedback, these are very adaptable for smaller or larger choirs, and they're structured in a way that makes it easy for a new teacher to come in and start using it. So this book is one of the standards in the band field. This is the book that the high school bands have been using for a while, and it's like I said, it's the standard. It's got a great focus on just scales and technique. Okay, and this one's interesting. It says 8 of 8 applicable criteria. This is an example of how not all criteria applied in all cases. When we move to the more advanced books, at the more advanced levels, sorry, we use the books for technique, and then we focus more on the sheet music to cover the history standards and to do music from other areas, other styles. So moving on to the open house. Sorry, I need to see my notes. Okay, actually, we can go on to the next slide. We pointed out some of those comments already. But one other comment for these books, especially for the top one on that screen, The Habits of a Successful Beginner Band Musician. That's one that's new to us, or will be new to us next year. There's a teacher that was really pushing this book, and he said really leaning on this one. And he said that the conductor's score, and we saw this as we were evaluating things too. The conductor's score has really solid pedagogical information, and as you go through it page by page. Sometimes we've seen books that try to throw that kind of thing in. It's trite, but this is a really well structured book. So once again, there's our list of books, and the list in your packet shows those books, and it also shows which courses each of those are associated with. Oh, no, there was another big one. Okay, so the other big part of our curriculum, once we move on from books, is for literature or sheet music. As a committee, we felt it was important to have criteria for selecting literature. So it's important that our music literature demonstrates to all students that they are welcomed, honored, and respected. We want them to be an active part in our classes. It is important for our students to feel safe and seen in our classrooms. Students will come with different gifts, different skills, and at different performing levels. And all students have the opportunity to grow, to come alongside others so that we all grow together. And that criteria is in your pack too. Okay, move back to you.
Okay, I think just a quick question
Yeah.
before you switch here. Back that one slide. Use of sacred music to meet academic standard. What does that mean, sacred music?
That is, well, I mean, in simpler terms, that's church music. That could include classical music. I was reading something today. I was actually going to bring a list of quotes. Excuse me. That could be classical sacred music. We can go back to Bach, we can go back to Haydn, we can go back to these composers who wrote sacred music.
We're not talking about hymns. Or could we be talking about hymns?
We could be talking about hymns that are used like at a Christmas concert. The quote was really good. I wish I remembered the word because it was basically we shouldn't be worried about the source. If it's good music, we should be able to use it in the classroom.
Thank you, appreciate that.
So this one's a little bit different. We can't buy all 8 years at once because the makeup changes every year and it's so specific to the student and the instrument and the event that you're prepping for in your program. So what we would do is like check up, like make a little account that we would draw from every year and we would budget for each of those years around $12,000 for 8 years for those methods books. Mrs. Vermillier, who facilitated this committee, did a lot of work with the publishers and was able to get us some great discount on being able to purchase some of these things. And that's already done as soon as it's approved. And then each building would be allotted approximately $3,000 a year for literature, but that would be split between the orchestra, band, choir, and it's approximate because we have some smaller middle schools and smaller high schools. We want to make sure that proportionally they get money for their programs as well. So it's a little bit different and will be apportioned out every year for that amount of time. Going. So here's just our next steps. We're going to publicize the list of selected materials along with essential standards in our website so that parents can see what those standards are that we're working towards. And as well as that table that you have in your packet that shows what book is being used for each of those. We're going to gather the list and participants for next year to make our order for next year, and we'll place that order. And then we'll make sure to provide in-school budgets that money for purchase of literature for next year. Okay, questions?
Any questions, trustees?
I kind of think your comment kind of threw me off. I did go through, do some research and stuff, and I'm not a musical person. But you know, as much as you kind of go through things. But your comment where you said we shouldn't be worried about the source if it's good music, you know, it's like, okay, so anything goes, you know, kind of thing. But I know you're not talking about things that are controversial. You're talking about things that are very classical. As I went and did my research, I went, okay, this is basically, you know, this is good music that he's talking about. So if anybody questions, like what you were saying, I don't think you were talking about.
Well, yeah, and we're trying to balance out two sides of this. I was going to go back to that page so I can see it. Could we put that one back up? Okay. So we're looking at one.
Sure. I don't think Cody's gonna mind.
Well, and it's the whole classroom. So, so we've really got two things we're paying attention to.
We just want to make sure the mic can pick him up if he's.
Oh, so I have to talk about it?
No, just wheel that. That's why it's on wheels.
Oh, yeah, for YouTube. Gotcha. Okay, so we have two sides of this that we're trying to pay attention to. We've got the tone of the room, or the feeling in the room, and that's not just classroom management. I mean, the music that we choose, students engage or not, depending on what we choose. But then we're also balancing out the other side of things. So yes, we did bring up the use of sacred music here, but we also talked about exhibiting the advanced performance level in a logical order of technique and skill. So it's not just doing it because we can. When we're choosing songs, there are going to be things that we're going to pick as fluff pieces just for fun, and just as, or there might be a single thing that we use it for. Then we're going to pick other music, which may be sacred, may be secular. It may just be generic music that was written for middle school ensembles or for high school ensembles that you wouldn't hear outside of a school. But that's where we're focusing on the skills. That's where we're focusing on building up. So it balances out both.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you. Okay, if none, I'll entertain a motion.
Trustee Simpson, I move to approve the adoption of the secondary music curriculum as recommended by the Secondary Music Curriculum Adoption Committee.
Trustee Taylor, I second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I know very little about music, and so I trust a lot of the information that you brought, and nor do you want me to dig into to what I think or don't think. But just thank you. I know all the committees put a lot of work into these things. So not only this committee, but every committee that presented this evening, thank you for the work to help us to be able to understand and to look and decipher these things. It's very helpful and appreciate it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Trustee Taylor.
I second. I loved that the committee was very robust on this one. It's amazing that we had so many people wanting to work with music. I tried to play the violin. Honestly.
Well, I think your comment about the sacred music, there is probably more skill involved with learning that type of a music and learning how to play it. I mean, just you look at a piece from Bach or Beethoven or something like that, and it requires a lot of skill. So I appreciate you kind of clarifying that a little bit more. All right, a motion's on the table. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair Cartman,
Yes.
if I can just comment, and I forgot to comment when we talked about the secondary reading intervention program in middle school, just that I also was super excited that there was a piece for dyslexia in there. And I just wanted to give you a shout out for that. And I just had forgotten about that because I have a dyslexic son. So those tools coming on board, I just think are phenomenal because as a parent, I really struggled with that. I mean, he's graduating now and he reminds me how I struggled with that. So I really appreciate that in the power up. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is interim deputy superintendent contract. And I do believe Dr. Russell.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, before you tonight is a contract for Mr. Will Yarborough, principal at Napa High School. Mr. Yarborough has been, I don't know if kind enough is the word, but willing enough to sacrifice for the district to support the district at the district office levels and interim deputy superintendent this school year on an interim one-year basis before he heads back to Napa High. Mr. Yarborough is an excellent educator. There has been a great deal of change around the district, and I am just really proud of all the folks who have moved in different spots, and Mr. Yarborough is just a great example of that. I'm really looking forward to having him support us this next year.
Okay. Any questions, comments, or things need to be clarified with this contract? Proposed contract. Okay, since our council is here, I'm going to put you on the spot. Brett, have you had a chance to review this contract?
I have no particular contract. It looks like your standard contract with all the appropriate information added. So, upper right-hand corner it says department approved as of April 6th, 2022. So, that being standard form and standard terms, I don't have a problem.
Okay. All right, there's no questions or further comments. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to accept Principal Yarbaugh's contract as interim. Deputy. No, it's not superintendent.
Deputy.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay, sorry. As deputy superintendent.
I think you were thinking of assistant.
I was trying to say secondary something, but
it is, your motion is interim deputy superintendent.
correct, let me rephrase it, just Trustee Taylor. I move that we accept Mr. Yarbaugh's contract for interim deputy superintendent. I second.
Okay, it's been motioned and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And by the way, there was nobody signed up for public comment on that particular agenda item, which is why you didn't go there. All right, next item on the agenda is standard-based grading policy number 2620, grading and progress reports. Trying to figure out which one to pull up there first, aren't you?
You just want me to start clicking on them?
Well, I'm gonna turn to Dr. Russell here because a lot of this information I think was supplied by you, and maybe just a brief update, maybe some historical context.
Sure. Chair Kirkman, trustees, before you are several pieces of information around standards-based grading and some historical context with it. So around 2013, well, as I mentioned previous to that, this is something the district has worked on for about 20 years or so. There's been some research that's been coming out around it. Years ago, there were several committees that were formed in the early 2000s. And the elementary schools began to adopt this around 2013. They've been doing it now for close to 10 years. We began to see a lot of lack of or great deal of variance in our grading practices, particularly around the zeros and how detrimental a zero is to in the traditional grading scale. As we had a great deal of students who would receive zero and just throw off many of the grades. We had many grades that masked actual learning that is occurring, meaning you could get extra credit or you got points for handing in an assignment or turning in certain kind of notes, and it didn't always have to do exactly what was the standards being taught into there. We had variance between different classes. What an A meant for one teacher was completely different what another teacher it meant. And many of those things came forth around 2018. The district began to form a committee that involved some teachers, administrators, some community members, and business folks to come and talk through how to align the standards that we had adopted with reporting out on those standards so that it was focused more on learning rather than on points. And the committee then formed and worked through much of that year. I think you'll see in there's kind of a timeline of when that occurred. And then a policy was formed by the board in July of 2018. The district began implementing that. The first year was the 1920 school year. We had several schools that went first in that. In the secondary levels, we had a couple of middle schools and a couple of departments at the high school level began trying that out. There were some informational parent nights that those schools had put on to help educate the parents, to help train the teachers. There was a training manual that was created for all the teachers. Teachers went through professional development on that. And of course, in the 1920 school year, we had the Tech-Mageddon thing started initially. That did not support standards-based grading because the technology struggled early on in the year. And of course, COVID hit in the spring of that year. And then we go into COVID for a couple of years. And so I think, as I mentioned in the May board meeting, some of the concerns that we're hearing from our patrons and from our teachers and things are very legitimate. Understand that there needs to be some work that needs to be done on this. And so the administration would really appreciate to form another committee. We are forming a new process to develop a committee. And we would like to have the board determine how to do that, and then have the board form a committee for us to kind of work on it. So that's the current state of where we're at. We have, if you think about our 8th grade students, them going into 9th grade next year will be their 10th year, I believe, in a standards referenced learning system. And so there's many teachers who have, this is what they've done for numerous years. And I think understand the issues around it. I know we need to work on it, but that's happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from trustees? Sorry, I was kind of going through this PowerPoint that was up there. Trustee Taylor, would you have a comment also?
Question. Do we have any information on that cohort that's moving into high school? Do we have cohort information in any? I didn't see any, but I didn't think to ask that. So you just said it.
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Taylor, cohort information meaning?
Like that group of kids that have grown up with that standards-based, that group of kids you just mentioned.
Are you talking about achievement, or are you talking about?
Do we have anything that specifically references standards-based grading? It's hard to know what I'm asking for.
Yeah, so we have not followed that cohort. What we have done is we have looked at a couple of departments that have implemented this longer. So a great example is Napa High English Language Arts Department. They were one of the first adopters. They were one of the adopters that were able to do some of the trainings. We compared the GPA under a traditional system in 9th grade English Language Arts in 2018 was at 2.18. And then under standards referenced this last fall, it was under a 2.45. So there was an increase there. And some of that shows again to some things that we're trying to help students understand is the focus is on their learning, not necessarily on the assignments or the points generation that they're trying, and then trying to encourage students to, if they haven't met that learning, to continue to learn and give them an opportunity to learn again and try again and get a second opportunity to learn and study through that. So I don't know that probably doesn't answer your
No, it
question,
helps.
Trustee Taylor.
No, it does. Yeah, it was we didn't do it. It was just a question.
Trustee Pearson.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple comments of, from me looking at the different, the standard-based grading compared to traditional grading. I've just seen multiple emails and talked to different people and have seen how it's just caused so much disruption and motivation, morale, deflates and destroys that because they're getting these numbers and a lot of times it's later in the year. I don't really understand, a lot of the parents and students don't understand the number system, and it decreases the motivability because they work really hard. They're finding that students who are working hard are accomplishing the same number as ones who are not putting as much effort. So I think and also when you have students funding for the higher education, the GPA grants and college approval, it disrupts that process. And I just think it's causing a lot of stress and anxiety and hardship on parents. And if I could just quote from one student, because I read several emails. I feel, and this is a high school student, I feel stressed and confused by standard-based grading. I am a good student and want my grades to reflect what I have learned. School is supposed to be a place that helps students learn and succeed, which is what standard-based grading does not do. I want a normal senior year with traditional grading. And then there's even another one where it's a younger student who's feeling defeated and just feels like there's no purpose in continuing to try. So with that, if no one else has a comment, I would like to make a motion.
Well, a couple of questions, comments. I want to make Trustee Dahlia.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I just want to say I've met with a lot of people about this, and at one time we sat together with Yarbrough and Mr. Russell, Mr. Yarbrough, and we brought 6-7 kids, I think. And, everybody was concerned about it. And there was a lack of understanding about how it worked. And there was more concern about how it didn't work and for them specifically. I know there was an explanation given, and I also met with Principal Wilson. Am I saying it right?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
That's a hard name. And a couple of people that work with him, and they tried to explain it to me. And in some ways, when it's explained correctly, it kind of makes sense. But when it's put into action, I've seen that nobody really gets it. And I've even talked to teachers, and with teachers, it was more like half and half, but 99% of parents and 99% of students do not want it. They just want to go back to traditional. So this is what I've seen. This is my experience, and I just I'm looking for something more of what can be done, or what is the plan? Because if there's no plan to improve this, whatever is wrong with it, because obviously there's going to be something wrong with it. Otherwise, parents and students would not be against it, and then then we need to move forward with something else.
Trustee Simpson.
Just like clarification on procedure on a lot of this. I know, yes, we're getting a lot of the same emails, but even in emails, it's saying, referencing that they've talked to other people, but we really need to know who those people are. So I appreciate Trustee Valle that you're saying, like, you know, these are the people who you went and talked to. But then a statement like 99% of parents and kids don't like it. I'm sorry, from a mathematical standpoint, like, I mean, that's
I
a,
did say that I'm sorry.
Based it on.
right, right.
His numbers.
But here's the deal. I have no idea who that is. And I'm just trying to help us all as trustees. It's important for us to bring that information to each other. So if you're using something that someone said, you should be bringing that to the group with a name. I know you'll see further down with some postcards, and postcards that were anonymous and didn't have names were left out. Correct? This is the reason, like, it's helpful.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not helpful to just get a general, I'm not criticizing anyone.
No.
It happens a lot, like, so I just am trying to say that when we're trying to make these big decisions, it is really hard, but it's really hard too when we don't know specifics and have specific numbers.
So, Chair.
Yes, Trustee Valle.
No, I appreciate your comments. Does this mean that every time somebody tells me something, I need to bring their name to the table, right? That's what you're saying, every time, even no matter what. Okay, so that, and this goes with everybody, right? Because I definitely heard, but I've talked to people and I haven't heard any names. So if it's gonna be done, it's gonna be done across the board.
I
And
agree.
I want it to be policed.
Chairman Cookman,
Yes.
clarification on that, and our legal counsel can also talk to that, is if you're going to use those outside conversations as part of your decision making on the topic, is when you have to disclose who and the nature of the conversation. So it wouldn't be every conversation you're having, but if you're using the information to form your decision, you have to disclose who and nature of the conversation for open meeting law, and that was before ruling. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would agree as a general policy, when making major decisions such as this, all of the board members should have access to all the same information. So they're making the decision based on the same data. So one particular member having more information and sharing with the others without them actually seeing the full data underlying, puts them at a disadvantage. And so the main thing being everybody have access to the same info so they can all weigh it, evaluate it, and make an informed decision. That's the process.
So I'm sorry if I can ask a question. So what is the information we need? We need name, address, phone numbers. What is it that we need?
It would be whatever information that you have would need to be presented to the board and the board's packet beforehand so they can all look at it, digest it, and understand it, and then we can have a conversation with the decision.
Or you can disclose part of the public record, like James Smith. We discussed standard-based rating and their concerns or pros about it.
So I need to be naming all the kids that we met, and I need to be naming.
Those would be already public records. They've already done that. And then also the emails you received, you've already, I think you guys have all
Yeah,
received those.
they've all been public record.
So you don't have to disclose that because that has been during an open meeting.
And I was just speaking in generalities. I don't know what's been actually disclosed pursuant to this discussion.
Yeah, Chair Kirkman.
Yes.
Could I be able to speak possibly on the plan, just so the trustees may have an idea of just what could be an idea? And this would need to be fleshed out more, but the plan really would be wait for the board to form how we develop committees, so that a committee could be formed according to the board process to form a standards-based grading committee. After that, then the committee's task would be to gather input from teachers, gather input from parents, to collect and see what is being successful around it, what isn't being successful around it, how is the tool, how's the communication, how's the training been, to focus and reflect on that so that we can provide some better options for training to our teachers. We do have many new staff who were not trained during the 1920 and 2021 school years. They were not trained this year very much in it as well. Better information, holding better parent nights like we did when we originally started. I'm looking at Mr. Christ over there at East Valley. They were one of the schools that went early that had several parent nights and brought parents in. We'll be able to talk and work with parents in that way and help inform them. I think they've had a fairly good implementation because they were one of the first to go. We're struggling for a couple of reasons. One, primarily the pandemic, and then inability to provide some of those things. And so I would like a committee to be able to focus and work on that, and then we feel like get more specifics on the input. I hear the emails that we're getting from our students and some of the teachers and things, and those are things that we need to go talk to and try to learn a little bit more. One of the difficulties is finding a good tool. That has been hard. Our original tool was PowerSchool. PowerSchool was not a real friendly entity to work with. We went to another tool called Otis. That has some strengths, and it was also adopted because it was during the pandemic and it allowed teachers to be able to teach online a little bit easier, but it may not have been the best tool. So there's things I think we need to reflect on. So that's just general thoughts and ideas on what could occur.
So Dr. Russell, what if the board decides to go back to traditional grading? What kind of an effect do you think, your opinion, would that have on the next school year with teachers?
Elementary wise, it would probably be difficult. Elementaries have taught for this for a long time. They have developed out their standards and how they report out on literacy and mathematics skills and broken down in that way. Have always traditionally done some forms of standards reference to K3, always. Having been an old third grade teacher, even then, back in those days, I did some sort of reporting out around standards and those type of things. 4 or 5, it'd be difficult because you'd have to start creating some sort of point system. And we'd have to develop a new report card that would have to report out on that. I'm not sure if PowerSchool would be able to help us with that. Going to the middle school level, if you were completely to, like a better term, ban it, there's some teachers who—
How about just revert back to traditional grading?
Revert back, but there's some that's how they're going to grade because that's their practices. And so in the old way, teachers had an ability to grade however they wanted. Some would choose points, some would choose standards, and that's the kind of way it was. So I'm not sure if the board's allowing that, or if the board would say no standards at all, and then those teachers who have done standards for however long they have or they prefer to, they would have to revert back and create some different assessments and start assigning points to things. So that would be hard. At the high school level, I think you'd have some teachers immediately that would turn back to point system and not have any difficulty at all. I think you have some schools like Columbia High School has really implemented this for quite some time and tied that to some of the things that they have done. That would be a drastic turn for them. I worry about that, what that could do to Columbia High School if that were to be the case right now, and only having a month and a half, 2 months before we start getting teachers back.
You know, Trustee Simpson.
Sorry.
Please. No apologies, go ahead.
Trustee Simpson, I just think, one, I have a totally different perspective. I've been doing standards-based grading for several years now, and I do read the emails that we get and the comments we get, and we have problems and pockets of problems where we have folks who aren't using it correctly. Students shouldn't be waiting till the end of the year to know what their grade is. It should be constantly throughout. My students weekly are getting updated on where we're at, which standards we've addressed, where they are. And so that it shouldn't come into question. Students should be seeing themselves grow as well. And so I'm not speaking for any other teacher other than myself. So I just want to be careful, because I think when I read those, I think, God, we just got to get into that school, into those teachers and have a conversation. And I know we've talked, Dr. Russell's talked about, you know, the pandemic basically kind of causing this to be put on the back burner because we're focusing on how do we just educate kids, right? So the focus needs to be on yes, education. The other piece, I'm not telling you to buy into it or not, but do your research on the traditional system, because if a kid can get A's on tests all the way through, but then they take end of semester final and they can't pass that, did they really learn the material? Open-ended. I'm not going to have you answer it. I just want you to think about that thought. Like, what does that look like? Because I know when I taught and used a traditional grading system, that's what happened. Kids learned it for the moment. which means it didn't get into their long-term memory. It's in their short term. They were able to do it in short term, but 9 to 18 weeks later, it was gone. But I'm not saying don't use my research and my experience. Like, this is something as a district we should be looking at and putting these things together. I also want to say, before this board goes and does something, we have not put out a survey to our staff. We have not put out a survey to our kids. We have not put out a survey to our parents about our principals, about standards-based grading. And I would hate for us to make a decision on something today because we feel like we need to hurry. And I know it's hard. Education is slow. I think Randy Dewey once told me this. He said, we're a big district and it's like trying to turn the Titanic. You can't do it fast. You can't do it fast. We're not on a jet ski. It'd be nice if we were, and we can turn and make adjustments. Because if we had a small group of kids, right? If we were only talking about Union High School, they can make some twists and turns and changes that are quick, because they're talking about 205 to 220 kids, and they can do that. But as an entire district, right? Sometimes you've got to play it out. But I know at the end of the day, there's not a person involved, a parent involved, a board member, an employee involved in this district who is not thinking what is the best thing we can do for kids and trying to get them to the best place. So we got to keep that in mind. We may not agree, we may not know, right? But thinking about those things as we move forward and gain information.
Trustee Kirkman, point of clarification.
Yes, Trustee Taylor.
Do we have public comments surrounding this issue or signed?
No one signed up for it. We have the sheet out there, right?
I'm sorry, Chairman Kirkman, yes, we have the sheet out. We also have had this on multiple agendas, and I can't remember off the top of my head. We have had some public comment during those meetings. And I do know that we had emails that even came in today as well.
Chairman Kirkman, permission to comment. I agree that it's a heavy decision, and I also agree that the district is large. However, in going through just my email right now, I don't have one positive reference for standards-based grading whatsoever. So I haven't received anything other than an email that talks about, not understanding or the difference between kids since implementing. This is also something that I have heard from teachers, or we have had even in the library meeting that we had for full disclosure, standards-based grading was brought up in that, like, while we're here, let us tell you this is how we feel about standards-based grading. So this is something that I think that there is a big outcry for. I grasp how difficult those knee-jerk reactions can be, and I do hear the difference from secondary to primary. I think that it makes sense in those primary years that we're making sure that the children do that they understand like the standard of things and where we're going with things. But in society, deadlines matter and performance matters. It really does. So I question chronically what we're setting kids up for when we're not teaching those specific things. Now, I would agree with you. I know that there are sometimes problems with traditional based grading as well, or the way that we're calculating points. I'm not sure what doesn't compute over, but no matter how you slice it, when we're looking at that, it looks like we're making a lot of those same provisions, because from what I could find, like a 2.99 is an A. Am I correct? Like, we've changed that standard, or the board has previously changed that standard or not? Like, I just, for clarification, for historic information.
Yes, Chair Kirkman, Trustee Taylor. The last time when we looked at this before the pandemic, there was a concern that there was not a grade that was able to be seen. And so there was a calculation that was created so that it would be easier to see a letter grade. And the letter grade is, I think, what you're referencing. Yes. So that was not originally part of it, but it has changed since that. And that was the last feedback that we had received before the pandemic.
Wasn't that kind of what the whole traditional grading is about? You do the calculation, you come up with the number, and that's your grade?
So to a certain extent, yes. The reason why there is that calculation, one is so that people can see a letter grade. The second one is it also has to do with transcripts. A transcript does need to have a final letter grade that we produce. And so it helps with that. And it also has to do with GPA so that you can apply for scholarships and things like that.
Which again is what the traditional grading is. So what's then the purpose and let me just speak to secondary schools, and what would be the purpose of giving a 1 or 2 or 3 or well, it only goes up to 3, correct? 1, 4. And not just a letter grade for secondary schools when that's ultimately what you're going to get at the end of the day anyway.
Because it's aligned to the standards and whether the student has actually shown demonstrated mastery proficiency on that. So a 3 is proficiency, a 2 is coming close to proficiency, and a 0 is demonstrated that you have not learned the material. It's about learning, and so therefore a letter grade, you could give a 2 and say you have a and convert that to a letter grade if you want, but it's tied to a proficiency scale that has a letter 2 next to it that says Dr. Russell can multiply fractions with common denominators, or Dr. Russell can mostly multiply fractions with common denominators without regrouping. There's certain scales that are tied to it. So when the student receives their letter or receives their number, they're able to look and say, am I proficient in that or am I not proficient in that? Or how close am I to meeting the proficiency scale? How am I not? And then the teachers use that information to develop the tier 2 instructional components to it.
I think one of the frustrations I had as a parent was seeing my kids, or have my kids would tell me, Dad, I'll just take the test over again. Or I'll just take it over again.
Yeah.
And I'll just take it over again. And I could never get an answer of how they did on the test. Well, I didn't pass, but I can take it again. But that just never, and I think there's some frustration with parents that, like, at what point do you just stop taking the test until you pass?
Yeah, so Chair Kirkman, great point. Theoretically, the idea is, yeah, you want students to be able to have as many opportunities as they can to take it, but we also know that the definition of stupidity is doing the same thing over and over and not getting different results. And so there are criteria that we ask. For example, if I'm not successful in a test, there are certain things, this is what we trained originally, teachers have to have students do. Maybe they have to take some intervention courses, maybe they come in before or after school, maybe they have to do an assignment on a specific standard to show that they have demonstrated that so they can retake that test. So it's not just retake after retake after retake with them doing nothing. There is also a cutoff time. Teachers can produce a cutoff time that says, no, at this time, we are not taking any more retakes. But the idea is, yes, for students to be able to get feedback, for them to be able to do some extra work, take in some extra class time to be able to go and then retake that test. In the old system, traditionally what you were given is you were given a score, that was it, and you moved on, it went in the wastebasket, and you continued. Some of those scores, unfortunately, were low scores, zeros or whatnot, and that just shot a grade in the water. It was an automatic F. And that just deteriorated a lot of students' motivation with it. So understand the frustration, it is legitimate. We do have some practices like that occurring, and that should not be occurring. And this is the things that we would need to work on and start doing better training on, but we have not done a good job on that.
Trustee Pearson, did you have something?
So to clarify, are you saying that if a student doesn't put any effort, they don't deserve an F?
No, that's not what we're saying at all. I'm happy to we have some of our principals here. They'd be happy to talk and answer some of the questions because they actually live it every day and they could talk through and see some of these things. So Mr. Yarborough, could you maybe share some of the things you've seen in Napa High?
Trustee Gertman, board members, thank you. One of the things, I just want to start with a broad comment, and I'm open for any questions you have on this. Here is one of our biggest challenges with standards-based grading. We are taking what for 150 years has been communicated with one symbol, and we are asking people, our parents, our students, and our system to get way more detailed and get down to communicating better to our students where they're at within their learning. And learning is the purpose of our schools. And I appreciate your comment, Trustee Pearson, the kid doesn't do effort, they get an F. Well, when we're looking at learning, the reality is we don't want a kid to not give the effort. So we have to keep working until that kid finds a tipping point to get that effort. I'll give you an example that's going on right now at our 3 comprehensive high schools. We have a summer completion program going on right now at all 3 of our schools. This is the first year where we're able to use what kids have done within the year and focus on what they're missing to get proficiency in the particular classes that they don't have. For example, and this, don't quote me on this, but let's say an English class has 5 essential standards. Well, a kid needs to retake it because they ended up with an F in the class, but they had proficiency on 2 of those essential standards. There were 3 that they needed to work on. Kids are now able to, with the support of teachers, work on those skills for proficiency in summer school, get those things done, show that they have proficiency on those 5 essential standards, get that credit and move on. The other hard part, again, back to that singular symbol, we're trying to, then at the end of this, because of things outside of our control as a system, GPAs, scholarship applications. But if we really look at secondary ed, they take things from all over the world. If GPA doesn't matter the way that we think it does. It truly doesn't, or college admissions. Certain scholarships definitely still bank on that. And that's a problem that we have to figure out how to solve. There's no doubt about that. But when we take what that raw score in Otis right now is calculated at, and we convert that to a letter grade, that's us trying to bring everyone along and go from what was a symbolic 1 symbol letter that's easy for everybody to understand because it meant 80% or 60% or 50% and move on. It's trying to get you to know this is where we're at in our learning and what's actually happening for a student. So they do have the skills for a 21st century world. Because I do fundamentally disagree that that the world now is not like it was when I was going through high school. We were in the information age when I was in high school. We're not in that anymore. We're in an information age where they have to learn to filter. And that's going to happen all the time, where they have to filter over and over and over and over again. They have to filter information, have to gain those skills. They have to gain that proficiency. And if we say you got an 80%, you're good to go, I think we're doing a disservice to a lot of our kids. One other piece, and then I'll shut up and listen to comments or questions. The hardest part about this is it's kids like me who are struggling with this. I was the valedictorian in my high school because I could please people. I worked really hard. I got calculus credit. I got physics credit. And I had great teachers. But I can tell you that I knew how to play the game of school. And what we don't want is to create a system where our kids are playing the game of school. Right now, we're in that spot where some kids are playing the game. I get that. And we need to get better at how do we have kids accountable to putting an effort, getting things done on time. And that's the system that we need to work on fixing. I would really plead with the board to consider giving us time to fix that. Let's do Superintendent Russell's suggestion. Let's get a committee together. Let's look on where we're at. Because we are in the middle of this transition and the world is transitioning this way. If we go back, we're going to do a disservice to a lot of our kids in progressing and moving down that road of learning. That's my personal opinion, but I wanted to share that.
So what about those kids who are in 11th grade, and I have a daughter who's going in 12th grade and looking at scholarships? Now we're looking at, let's just look at timing. Well, what's going to happen to those kids?
So I think that's
kind of the disservice keeping standards-based grading, if that's the decision to do, is going to be for those, because I know it's difficult, but
Trustee Kirkman, I would suggest that there is no disservice done to your kid in this perspective. As we're going through that, teachers have been much more supportive of, I want to give kids as many chances as they can to show me what they know. And when kids show us what they know, that benefits us all. And that's going to lead to a higher GPA. Dr. Russell shared with you the stats we have from our freshman English classes. We have almost 4 percentage points higher of a GPA in that one class. And yes, our English department at Nampa High is doing a lot better with that because they've been doing it for 3 years. This was the first year, this last school year, was the first year at Nampa High that we had standards-based grading campus-wide with the exception of our CTE courses. So we're gonna have those iterations and challenges of doing that. And I think we can protect our kids and support them as we're transitioning. As an institution of learning, we have to accept that we don't know all the details there. It's all from the right heart. We care about our kids and we don't want them damaged. And we don't want them to not have opportunities. 100% agree. I think we can do that with standards-based grading and still find ways for kids to not be damaged, and become better learners, because that's what they need in the 21st century world.
Trustee Taylor.
How does it affect AP classes?
So there's two parts to the AP question. The AP question for just AP classes, it doesn't impact it because they're essential standards in AP courses. It does get tricky with a few classes, and I will tell you there were 2 at Nampa High that we used, and they were our our college dual credit physics and college dual credit chemistry classes. Some of those articulated agreements with those universities do stay on a particular scale. I would suggest when you actually look at those university scales, though, you find as much discrepancy from department to department, even with, or excuse me, from subject to subject, even within chemistry and physics as to how they grade. So again, teaching our kids that agility to be able to transition from one type to another and understand that and learn those things quickly, that's a very important piece. When it comes to AP, though, again, essential standards are there, Ms. Taylor, and that we can do that. That's easily doable, and we've done that for the past few years at Nampa High in the English department. We preface that.
Trustee Dahlia.
Yes, it seems to me that we're overcomplicating this, and just to get a grade that should be preset. It reminds me of my son when he was given a math problem. He could give you the answer from his head and he would write it down. The teacher would say, no, that's wrong, because he didn't show that process. It's like,
Trustee Vite, can I offer a perspective on that? In traditional grading, that's what gets graded is the work that's done, not the answer. In standards-based grading, the answer and the fact you can do it in the sense of where we need to get to, your son will be rewarded for, I can do the math in my head and I know that because he's demonstrating proficiency on that skill. In a traditional based system, I need to see the work to how you got to that. That's been my experience as an educator for 19 years.
because the traditional based system that I know knows the answer. That's what I grew up in. So.
I appreciate that.
Trustee Pearson.
It is a little confusing for me. I have 3 adult children who did very well on the traditional. We all went to school on the traditional. I see a lot of chaos nowadays. So I don't know, and a lot of low graduation. And so I don't know why going into the 21st century is better, because I feel like it was better before, because I feel like we had more success in our society. And so just here's a question, because I'm not a teacher.
Yep.
So say you have an English class, then you're going to take an English class, and then they give you, 60% of the grade, your grade is going to be on quizzes, and then there's a certain percentage on this, and so you have a bundle of each, and then you have your final. What's different? Why doesn't that work? Why is it so imperative that we confuse everybody and change everything, and then confuse all the GPAs for scholarships? Why are we causing so much stress? I don't understand. What is so significantly better?
That is a great question. But under that scenario, let's talk that through. 60% on quizzes, 20% on homework, 20% on the final. If those quizzes aren't aligned to what the skills the kid needs to know for the next step, let's say it is English 9, so my freshman English class, but 60% of that is on, did you spell things correctly? Where in 10th grade, it's not going to be necessarily about spelling correctly. Yes, that might be a component, but it's going to be about your ability to argue, to back things with evidence, to cite evidence. If you don't align those things and you don't look at as a student, what is my skill? Is my skill that I'm good with grammar? In the 21st century world, Word does that for all of us right now. Tell me how many of us don't get autocorrected on our text right now, right? So that's a piece. And I agree with you, Trustee Pearson. I wouldn't suggest it's better in the 21st century world. I would suggest it's here. And that's the thing of preparing for what that is. Because I totally look back at pieces of my childhood and think, oh, that would be amazing. I will give you my personal experience again on graduating as a valedictorian. I almost bombed out my first semester of college. I had great teachers. I went to NNU for college. I had to figure it out. If my teachers had been able to tell me, here are the skills you need to have to be successful in college, and one of those, I think that's where we can all agree. One of those feels like, hey, time management, turning things in on time, all of those things. But the reality is, I would challenge all of you, find that in any curriculum standard in anything the state has given for graduation to the high school level. It does not exist. It is, can you do these things? Do you know this knowledge? It doesn't talk about your soft skills. So what we're having is a conversation about we're feeling a real big dearth of these soft skills aren't being taught and aren't being executed. And we're seeing that, well, standards-based grading has to be the reason. I would suggest for you, they're not. Those things still happen in the traditional model. We still have the same graduation rates or thereabouts in the traditional models we have in standard-based grading. We really do. We can go back and look at that data, 2 or 3 percentage points one way or the other. So I hope that answers your question, or at least continue the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand exactly where you're coming from, but let me just read something here this is from Liam Bohawk, and this is an email that I forwarded all to you, and Ms. Lamont, you should have this in the record. Let me just read what he says and then respond to his, because I think this is a concern. Sometimes I do not know how I am doing because it takes longer for my teachers to grade with standards. The teachers are new to standards-based grading and do not seem to fully understand it. Sometimes an assignment exists in Otis with a due date and makes an NE 0. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I can explain that.
Okay. 66% of my grade because the teacher has not been able to grade my assignment. I feel stressed and confused by standards-based grading. I am a good student, want my grades to reflect what I have learned. School is supposed to be a place that helps students learn and succeed, which I know none of us disagree with that, which is what standards-based grading does not do. I want a normal senior year with traditional grading. So maybe speak to that just for
thank you so much. I would offer what standards-based grading, as we've been doing it, doesn't do. I would have that conversation with the student. I have had multiple conversations with students around this in my office, and that's that conversation. Okay, what does that really look like? There are some specifics in that comment about the 66%. What that student is referring to is again, let's go back to 5 essential standards in a class. The way that a score is generated for each of those essential standards, which is a raw score in Otis, is based off the number of assessments that those students have been given on that standard. Now, I may have an assessment that hits all 5. I have a quiz or a test that hits all 5, right? But on that standard, if I receive no evidence, I'm not showing evidence of that. That's counted on right now what's called the detained average. And so 66% of the most recent attempt on that standard is what dictates the grade. That's the thing that student is talking about. Again, I think to Dr. Russell's point, we're not convinced that that's necessarily the way to go, but that is the point right now, what he's talking about. But let's say that's on one essential standard. He also has 4 other essential standards, whatever those grades are, that then those are combined in Otis for an overall raw score. And that is something that the board a year and a half ago did determine. This is the number that calculates to what we actually transcribe at grades at the end of the semester when we transcript those grades. Again, going from a round peg to a square hole. So what I would love to do with that student is to sit down and talk about, okay, is this a teacher problem that I need to support as an administrator? Is it reasonable that the teacher is taking too long? Because I would suggest in the last few years, there's been some of my failure personally as an administrator on that. I've had some teachers that have taken too long. I need to do better at that. So that's number 1. Apologize for that right there. Number 2, I would suggest that if that is something, then we need to work with our teachers to get better at quickly assessing on those essential standards in ways that are communicated to students and are clear to students. The visual I'm thinking of, have you guys seen Iron Man? Right? When Robert Downey Jr. tries Iron Man for the first time out of the desert, he's actually back in his lab. Go back and watch what happens the first time he tries to fly. He smashes into the wall, knocks himself out. That's iteration 1. So iteration 1 of standard-based grading, gosh dang it, we weren't there. But if you give us time and we have the collective expertise of the people that we have in our schools, and we work with our parents in a way that we maybe haven't for the last couple of years, iteration 2, 3, and 4, we might be fine.
Okay, so you mentioned time. Let me ask you, how much time do you think, based on your professional judgment, would you need?
I would beg for at least a year, if not about a 2-year process. Now, what I mean by that, Trustee Kirkman, is we need time to get a committee together, and we really need to map out what that looks like, and we need to gather some quick data from our schools as we're making tweaks in the machine. Again, back to the Iron Man example, we need to be looking at, hey, we've tweaked this. How does that relate to student understanding and communication with parents and parent understanding? To Trustee Vai's comment, I really appreciate that, hey, this seems like we're overcomplicating it. And the answer is yes, because learning is much more complicated than just a symbol. Learning is much more complicated with the needs that our students have in a modern world. We have students with disabilities, we have high achieving students, we have students who are at risk, we have the run-of-the-mill student who just happy to be at school every day. It's very complex. And boiling it down to that simple letter that for 150 years has become something that's easy for our culture to understand, we're really trying to ask to shift that. And that's extremely hard. It's extremely hard with what we've been going through the last 2 years as a community, as a state, as a nation. There's no doubt about that. But I would say at least this year for us to have, okay, we are back in some quasi-normal, whatever that is. And we have time to work through that. And we hit some benchmarks of what does this look like? What's the data we're gathering to look at the East Valley, who is, my student goes there, and I love the way that their teachers are doing standards-based grading. I'd love to implement some of those things at Nampa High. And then there's the pieces at Nampa High. I know I had particular math and science departments because those subjects are even harder to break out of that mode. I would defer to Trustee Simpson there. It is a very difficult thing. And I think we need to start getting the collective understanding to keep going down that road. If we revert back to, hey, we're just going to do points-based grading, I can tell you as having taught in that system, there was a column I had at the end of every grade book, and it was extra credit. And it was okay. That kid showed up and they worked hard. I'm gonna take them from a 79 to an 80. And I want to do that. Personally, I get that. But I would rather get to where we're at now, where I can tell the kid, hey, you don't know that yet. And if we don't make sure that we give you the opportunity to learn that and know that, we're hurting you. We're setting you up for failure down the road. And we need to do a better job of that. So.
Remind me again, Dr. Russell, when did the standards-based grading go into effect?
Trustee Kirkman or Chair Kirkman, what level?
Well, I guess when it went out, secondary, let's just look at secondary.
Secondary level, the 1920 school year was the first year that we piloted that in a couple of departments. ELA was one of them. At the high school level, art was another one at the high school level, social studies, and then we did 2 middle schools, East Valley and Lone Star were the first 2 to go in the 1920 school year.
So not having a whole lot of data because of COVID from that first year, there's really not a whole lot of data there to determine or to use, which is why you're the administration of the district is saying give us a year or 2 more.
Correct.
Because we didn't have enough opportunity, enough time when it first rolled out. All right, just want to make that clarification. Trustee Taylor.
Yeah, so I also want to follow the same practice. I want to read an email to you, and then I want to read you these points. It's long, but I think it's well written and well thought out. Hello, trustees. When standards-based grading was initially rolled out as an option, I wasn't sure I liked it. Instead of making waves right away or getting on a bandwagon of people that are against change without learning a new process, I went to information meetings at the high school, read about the new process online, asked questions, and met with Mr. Barber a couple of times. I learned what I could about the process and encouraged my kids not to form an opinion until they gave it a try. I have waited to see if the results of this change were good. I'm also a parent that has been very involved in my children's education. I will support and encourage them to accomplish whatever they desire to put effort into. I have 4 children, 2 that have graduated and 2 that are currently in high school. My 3 oldest are pretty driven and determined. They have and are taking their education seriously. They have goals and desires and will figure out a way to make their education fit the future that they want to have. My youngest is not the same. He's brilliant and he's creative, but struggles with the school and feeling like he doesn't measure up the same as the older 3, even though we have encouraged all of them to find their passion and we will support them in whatever that is. I share this because I have seen standards-based grading have a different effect or outcome on my kids based on their personalities. My older kids will find a way to work around any system to reach their goals. My youngest will defeat it easily with standards-based grading. If he gets a 2 on an assignment, he feels like that fills his grade to a B, and there isn't a purpose of trying to keep anything better for the rest of the semester. It's frustrating for students to receive 3s on standards-based grading throughout the semester and do well on the final resulting in a 2 because that 2 is the last number recorded, when the standard should be mastered. The student receives a B for a final grade. What if the student just doesn't test well? What if it isn't accurate representation of what the student has done all semester long? The student would be excited all semester long to have an A only to be surprised by a B. So here's what this all comes down to. I actually think standards-based grading is a great program that works well for elementary age students. I am of the opinion that it doesn't work well for middle high school ages. However, I would imagine the majority of students in the upper grades are more like my youngest child and not my older children. Here are some of the difficulties I have seen after learning and watching results. Grade checks. Student athletes are not able to be held accountable for grade checks until after the semester is over and grades are calculated. Late work. There is no such thing as late work. Students can complete work at any time and will typically save it all to the end of a semester. This doesn't foster good study habits, ultimately hurting them for college experience. It is also frustrating to teachers as they tend to be overwhelmed with grading at the end of each semester. Teachers. Standard-based grading requires so much extra work from teachers in addition to focusing on their number one job, which is teaching, that we are losing a lot of really great teachers due to the extra work required of them of standards-based grading. Skyview had some excellent teachers that were good at preparing our students to take ACT, SAT tests, as well as AP tests for their classes. We are slowly losing them, and it is a major detriment to the future of our kids. Power School doesn't recognize standards-based grading. Ultimately, a computer decides the grade for each student. This is a huge problem for my household because no matter the style of student, I have watched my kids wait for the results and their efforts in Power School so that they know how the ones and fours were translated by the computer. The problem is that by the time it is posted, it is too late to change or adjust anything they might have wished they could have changed. If a 3 equals an A in standard-based grading, then why is there a 4 option? Standards-based grading is not a tool sufficient enough to prepare our students for college. How would you answer all of that? I realize it's loaded, but here's where I'm coming from so that the community can understand. We tend to get problems once they're dumpster fires.
Right.
It may look really bad for us, but what I hear you guys saying is you acknowledge that this isn't working well and that it's not consistent across the district. That's what I hear. So what's hard about that is the one thing that we're trying to do is connect, right? Like I want to connect with my child. I want to know how to assist them with their education. If the teacher can't guide that through the process, if we don't have a cohesive process and there's no understanding, I'm left with 2 options: hobble along as we are, knowing that we have issues, or make a change so that parents can understand and feel connected. So I'm giving this issue to you because I think that these are all very valid and thought out methodical points by a parent who has followed standards-based grading very closely.
And give it a shot.
I completely agree. And I would again just offer the context of gave it a shot in the 2 craziest years of education in the last 100. I would couch it that,
Sure.
and then I would suggest on the athletic eligibility piece, that is one of the major things that Nampa High saw in the first semester, and we were definitely concerned about that. We took some of the work from the middle schools, particularly East Valley. They have a work habits rubric. There are 5 work habits that they grade on, and they are turning their work in on time, showing up on time, those types of things. And we tried that. Here was what happened at Nampa High in the first semester. We were trying to do that for nothing more than athletic eligibility checks. We had some teachers taking 8 hours to do that. Like that's not going to happen in a way. We've got 8 classes, right? It's just not that. So what we did is we said, let's figure this out. Let's find a way to make, there's a feature in Otis called recognitions. Let's make this work. And what recognitions we boil down to are there are now 2 at Nampa High. They are student is making adequate academic progress. And number 2, student is meeting behavioral expectations. And they can have a plus or minus on either of those 2 things. We got into a system of every 2 weeks, those things were updated. That's how we did the athletic eligibility checks. Yes, it wasn't on the GPA like we have been used to, but it really answers, in my opinion, what I as a parent want to know. Is my kid doing what they're being asked to do, and are they working? That's what I want to know in the interim as they're learning. And if a teacher can say they're making academic progress, or athletic, I'm not getting down to the grade yet,
Sure.
but for athletic eligibility checks, they can say that, and they are doing what's expected of them behaviorally. Those are things that every coach and every parent wants. That's when my kid can play on Friday night, when they're doing what's expected of them.
So to clarify, I'm going to simplify as we kind of go. So say I go in and I take a spelling test. All right, spelling test simple, geez, can they spell the words right? So the teacher goes and grades that with standard-based grading, where they look at that and have like 5 essential criteria based on.
On a spelling test, that would probably be one essential standard would be spelling. Like depending on the grade level, We don't have spelling tests at the high school.
So what
level,
are the five, what are they essentially?
It-
Are they
it-
different for?
They're different
So,
for every
but you were
course.
saying some of it might be
So
emotional?
no, so what our middle schools do have are some work habits to give feedback to parents of, are your kids doing the behaviors that connect to learning?
Like, give me an example of.
Showing up on time, turning their work in.
And that's, they get a grade.
They get a standard. Yes, I get that with my daughter. How is she doing in her classes, doing those things? And then I get, here's how she's performing academically on the essential standard in the English course, per se. She can write an argument and she can cite evidence from a text. Those are very academic standards. These work habits are to try and do, I think what the board is really finding frustrating from a lot of the emails is, how are we holding kids accountable to turn their stuff in on time? How are we holding kids accountable to do their work? Which is important. Don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting it's
We
not.
still have been, we've been doing that for years. There's things in place that hold students accountable.
And
And those ones who don't fail and the one, I mean, yes, and.
we want to talk about graduation rates. That's where as a system, we're hogtied.
But like with my 3 adult children, I had a son very smart, but he was lazy, smart, but he just didn't care. But then I had, my daughters who worked hard and they were rewarded for it. My son caught up because he saw that as he failed, he wasn't going to get what he deserved. You get what you deserve, basically, is what I feel, and I think that's missing.
And with students, I think there's a really big piece of that we have to figure out as a scenario of our job at school is to make sure that learning happens. Learning, I can't give up on a kid learning whatever it is. If I have them in the course and they show me they're learning, I'm going to give them credit for that learning. But under a traditional based grading system, I might say, oh, I'm sorry, we took that test 3 weeks ago. Yeah, you've learned it now, but I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do about that. As an educator, I cannot live with that. My job is to look at students and say, show me what you learned. And when you don't turn something in, my job isn't to give you a 0. My job is to say, okay, you didn't turn that one in. I need you to show me what you learned. And I need to press into that kid to get them to turn things in the next time, to get that learning from them. And that's what our educators are working on. And quite honestly, in the last 2 years, struggling with all the other things we put on them, but that's what educators are doing. They're there to help make sure learning happens. And learning isn't time bound. You talked about your daughters, right?
Yeah, and I understand there's, students who need certain things to learn, they're having a harder time in math, and so we help them and they get them in different programs, and those who are just not doing it because they're lazy. So
one of the
what do
things
you do with that?
So when a kid doesn't know math, what do? We teach them math, right? What do we do when a kid doesn't know English? We teach them English. When a kid misbehaves, we got to teach them how to behave. And some of that teaching how to behave.
Grading that in every class with every student. Part of the grade is how they behave.
No, we need their learning. We're not saying we're grading how they behave. That's what you asked if they get the 0. If not, that's grading their behavior. We're wanting to make sure the behavior doesn't become the issue to show learning. We want to get past that you didn't turn it in, right? And that's what our summer schools are set up with right now. Those kids who didn't show it, either didn't show evidence because they didn't turn anything in on those essential standards, or they did and they don't have that skill yet. This is the opportunity to get them where we can so they're ready for their next phase. The mission is for the next stage of life. The next stage of life for a freshman is to be a sophomore.
So how traditional grading not provide that standard course grading does? Base grading does provide that, not,
Can I use your son as an example that you used? Not turning something in doesn't mean you don't know how to do it. Whereas 0 in the traditional setting says, you don't know how to do this. You have no clue how to do it. You can't answer any questions on this specific topic, right? In standards-based grading, you're looking at, why isn't he turning something in? That's the teacher's job. Why isn't there, what do I need to do to engage the student to get them to show me yes or no they can do it, right? So that's a totally different thing. But also, I want you to tell me, when a kid leaves with an A in Algebra 2, what does that mean? Tell me what that A means. I don't think any of you could.
It means that they're
He's
proficient
efficient. Yeah,
In what?
in what they were taught.
yeah, in their algebra class.
Right, but can you tell me what they were taught?
Well, you as a teacher, you know, and what I'm saying here.
Hold on.
So here's the thing, this is what I'm saying.
Wait just a minute, please. I just want to make sure that we're not talking over each other. This is just fed via audio, so we want to make sure that people are hearing this.
So this is what I'm saying is in that traditional setting, you had no idea what your child was learning. Your child probably had no idea what they were learning. And standards-based, we're getting down to like, what standards are we specifically hitting? What is your kid gonna walk out of here knowing how to do? So you guys are asking for what's the difference. I'm just trying to paint that difference for you because an A, I'm gonna tell you an A in Algebra 2 or an A in English doesn't mean anything. Let me give you the example. I worked my tail off. Things don't come to me naturally. I had to work hard to show learning and growth and do things. And I had to work at it really hard and it's something I cared about. I had a younger brother, didn't care. He just wanted to play sports, just wanted to go to school to socialize with his friends. That's why he went to school. Me being the pack rat I am, I saved everything from school. My senior thesis, saved it. Graded comments on there. My brother 4 years later had the exact same teacher. He took that paper and several of my other papers and passed them out to his friends. I got an A on that paper with things marked down on. Same paper. My brother went back through and fixed all the things the teacher said to fix. He got a C. It made me mad. And it made me mad, and I get that I'm not like everybody else, but it made me mad because did I really get an A? Probably not. Right? Like you, so what does that A tell you? I wish we would have not tried to relate standards-based grading to traditional at all and get rid of A's, B's, C's, D's, F's. Like that's our problem. That's our problem with this because we're trying to connect them and they're not connected. They are not.
It is
Can't
two different
stress.
languages.
Yeah.
It's the language of, well, for 150 years, we've seen symbolic when we know that an ABC means this. And we're trying to shift to, we're trying to Trustee Valle's comment, yes, be more complex, but let you know what your student actually knows how to do and actually doesn't know how to do, so we can help them when those gaps are there. So I apologize, I've taken way too much time with any other questions for me.
No, this is good.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we really appreciate your time.
I-
Chair, if I can say something
Yes.
really quickly. It appears to me that standard-based grading and traditional grading, they're both very tied to how a teacher performs. And for the last two, and not just 2 years, 2.5 years, from, I don't want to say the people that I talked to, but I can't say that. From the emails that I've received and the kids that we've met with here, you know, there hasn't been anything positive to say about that. So, but I know you keep saying that you got 2 years of COVID, okay? But then we got to have a year to kind of settle things down, right? I mean, to kind of figure things out.
So that half year, Trustee Valle, we left on March 18th, right before spring break. And we were out the rest of that year. And that was the real challenge year, if you will, because we were in the midst of standards-based grading, trying to figure out what to do. And a lot of grades and at the school level, we're going to freeze where the kids' grade is at that point, as far as a floor. And if they can show us more, they can earn a grade. If you want to talk about behaviors, that's where the behavior challenge, wait, I don't have to do stuff when I get a grade. And we're dealing with the repercussions of that.
Okay.
But we can deal with repercussions.
So let's say we can measure where we're at right now with standard-based grading. 0 to 100, okay, if we can do that. Where are we at right now? With teachers being trained, with students understanding, with parents understanding, where are we at right now?
I don't think they're all, I would do those three different things. I would say students understanding, we're probably between 50 and 60%.
Okay.
I would say that. Parents, I would say we're probably between 10 and 20%. Teachers, I would say we're probably between 60 and 80%.
Okay.
Understanding. Now, implementing well and it being a consistent, how does it work? We're not down that road yet. But and those are, speaking me, my opinion, and my experience is Napa High. That's what I'll give.
Trustee Brianna, so just caveat that with different levels. I think those numbers would adjust at the elementary level compared to the middle level compared to the high school level, on how some of those are.
Yes.
Great.
I'm sorry.
I know, not at all.
No, I appreciate.
I do too. It
One
was
of-
great.
Just, I'm sorry,
Dr. Russell.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, one thing that we did with our previous board is we got together and we went through various scenarios type of questions that you're asking right now. We walked those through the board. We showed some calculations. We showed some of the concerns you brought forth, and we helped to kind of walk those out. I'm wondering if there's a time that we'd like to do this with the board. I know we kind of already started this, but happy to bring folks together to talk through real scenarios, real concerns that we have, that some of the emails, and walk through what some of those concerns are. For example, late work, would love to address that. We do have a process on that late work. Have we implemented it well? No. Clearly, based on what we're hearing from some of our folks, that we're not doing some of those things well, but that might give some more enlightenment about kind of where we're at before. And that's just a suggestion.
Chairman, may Trustee Taylor asked for a help break?
Yeah.
Before that comment was made, so I don't know.
Yeah, we'll take a break. We'll take a break. We'll take, we'll come back when the big hand's on the 11th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have to be reminded to take a break. All right, let's just pick up where we left off. Wait a minute. Where did Mr. Yarborough go? No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to come back. But I do want to invite Mr. Chris, if he's still here, did he want to, yeah. I know you're kind of inching your way up to the front, so.
I was kind of just inching my way up to the front. Chair Kirkman, thanks for allowing me to come up and speak for just a second. Rest of the trustees appreciate you letting me be here. Dr. Russell, thank you.
Can you name and position?
You bet. So my name is Matt Christ. I'm the principal at East Valley Middle School. This is year 13 for me there at East Valley. For 11 years before that, I was at Skyview. I taught at Skyview, was dean at Skyview, did a lot of things at Skyview over the years. I've been lucky enough to be the middle school principal at East Valley now for, like I said, 13. And I'll keep my comments short because I know there's a lot on the agenda tonight. So somebody can put the 3-minute clock on, and I promise I'll be done. I think all I would say is Waylon did a really nice job of, I believe, trying to do some learning and some understanding about really what standards-based grading is. And I would actually frame it not as standards-based grading, but as standards-based learning. We actually have a set of standards that are developed by the state of Idaho that are articulated that say, here's the things we expect kids to learn. The school board actually has the opportunity as the local education agency to say, yeah, we sort of like those, but we actually want to go with these. You have that power to do that. Trustee Valle said, I feel like we're overcomplicating things. I actually 100% agree with you. We are completely overcomplicating things by trying to take all of this learning that we expect kids to do. 7th grade math. 7th grade math, I think there's 11 essential standards. In the grand scheme of a 9-month school year, that's what we want kids to learn. Those 11 things. We've articulated those as essential. Teachers do that work. Our curriculum instruction team does that work. Our school board understands what those standards are. That's what we want kids to know and be able to do. And we mark them on what they know and be able to do. One of the benefits to being currently at a middle school is we don't have to do what is currently happening at the high schools. The high schools, because of GPAs, because of scholarships, because of valedictorians, because of top 10s, articulate this into here's this single final grade based on your understanding of essential standards. And there's math to it. Mandy can tell you all about it. At the middle school, we don't do that. Here's the 11 essential standards that we want you to learn in 7th grade. Here's your 11 marks on those 11 essential standards. We actually are making things clearer for folks because we're clearly articulating what it is that kids need to learn and do. It isn't turning these 11 things into, here's this one score. We even talked about extra credit. I was a byproduct of traditional grades. I taught at Skyview High School in physical science in room R207. I taught physical science. I gave kids Waylon talked about, well, he's got a 79, but gosh, I really like that kid. I'm going to give him an 80 because I want him to have a B, not a C.
But that's not consistent with all the teachers, correct?
I would say that in many instances, it's hard to know what's actually in a student's percentage grade. And I think the other piece that I would add, Chair Kirkman, is when we articulate it down to these 11 things, this is all we want kids to know. This is the simple side of, this is 7th grade math. Here's the 11 standards that we want your students to know. And we're going to do everything in our power to have that kid learn those 11 standards. So I completely agree with you that the trying to convert a standards-based system into a final letter grade through some mathematical calculation that we're currently doing is rough. It's hard to do. I I think they've made, and Waylon and the rest of the high school people can speak to this much more eloquently than I can. Because we don't do that at the middle school. And we don't do it at the elementary school. The other thing I would add is we've now been doing we were, as Dr. Russell suggested, we were ourselves and Lone Star were the first two schools that came on board with middle schools when we started standards-based grading in the fall of 2019 at the secondary schools. We did all kinds of stuff. Dr. Russell kind of talked about that. Parent meetings, parent nights, we did all kinds of training with staff, lots of professional development. We had a really well-articulated standards-based grading handbook that parents could have access to, teachers could have access to, students could have access to. Things have kind of gone sideways with respect to society and respect to pandemics and all those things that have happened. In all that time, the first year, I had one parent conversation about standards-based grading with a former school board member, actually. After that, I've never had a parent talk to me about their frustrations about standards-based grading, not one time. My emails are public record, you can go through all of them. Literally not a single parent has said to me, I hate standards-based grading. I can't do anything about this. I don't know what my kid's grade is. Do we have parents who don't understand how to access Otis and how to look up information in Otis and clearly understand what their students' 11 standards are in 7th grade math and what they have? For sure.
Yeah, we have emails.
I'm positive of that. Part of me also would say that some of that is, it's easier for a parent to look it up and say, here's this kid's one grade, right? That's the way I was raised. But those, you're not telling anything by that information. That's the parent saying, here, my kid's got a B, he's fine. If I know what my kid's 11 standards are, I can go through and tick those off, and he's got a 3 in this one, and a 2 in this one, and a 1 in this one. And I have a clear understanding of that.
So can I clarify, you say, like you were mentioned 11 essential standards, and those are based on Idaho state sets of standards, and then the board can have the opportunity whether they agree with them or not? Is that what you said? Where do the 11 essential standards come from? Are they?
I would defer to Dr. Russell to make sure that what I stated was accurate.
Are they per subject? Are they per grade level? What are they? Where can I find them?
Yeah.
Who sets them?
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Pearson, we do have such standard documents that we could be happy to send you to, so you know what students are learning in each of the content areas. We have worked on those for several years to try to articulate those down, and we align those to the state adopted standards, so that our curriculum that we adopt aligns to all that. So there is cohesion.
And I think Mr. Chris was using that more as an example of like, here's 11 standards and we grade, or you weren't being specific to a particular subject with the 11 standards, were you just using that as an illustration?
Both.
Okay.
Both, yes. And all of our classes, all of our contents that we expect teachers to teach and kids to learn have a set of essential standards connected.
That's understood, yeah,
Yes.
I understand that. I think it was just the 11, like what are the 11 specific standards?
Yeah,
I think that was just the illustration part.
Correct. I don't know all the 7th grade math standards off the top of my head. My 7th grade
And
math
that's
teachers
okay.
do.
I was just wondering, I guess referring to whether that goes with standard-based grading, essential 11 central, is that attached to standard-based grading?
So by having those standards, we know what we expect kids to be able to learn and do. And then we mark as a standard each one of those 11 different essential standards, 7.1. whatever. And each of those standards has a different specific component connected to it. I actually really wish my math department chairperson was here right now. She could talk this.
And I
like
mean, I
nobody
understand
does.
standards with grading and just even in life, but that's not necessarily then just because of standard-based grading, these standards.
So that's actually,
that.
that's actually a really good point. So if for some reason, and I'll put my own personal bias out there, if for some reason you make a choice to change what we're currently doing, we'll still have standards.
Right.
We'll still have an expectation of learning for kids.
Exactly.
And so we'll still have teachers who know what their 11 essential standards are in 7th grade math and who expect kids to learn those 11 things. And they're going to bust their tails until they figure out how to get little Billy to figure out why he can't do this one thing on, you know, heck, 11th grade is integers or 7th grade is integers. My daughter died in integers. And yeah.
Billy's my brother's name. My little brother.
Trustee too.
Yeah, so what I, and again, and back to that point of, right, I think that we're having a couple of different conversations on how this is working, but what I hear you describe is that it almost gives you guys as administrators more tools for calculation when you're looking at it for standards, right? Like you're saying, like, now we're just looking at these standards, and so is there a cohesive way in which it makes your guys' job easier? Like, is that the idea of this process? Like, is that really, there's a lot of administration here to speak for this.
So what I would say is it makes it easier for us to understand what a student knows and what they don't know.
Okay.
Does it make it easier? No. Does it make it easier for us to understand what a student knows and doesn't know? Yes. And a couple times I've heard behaviors being discussed, right? What a behavior, it could be an academic behavior, it could be a classroom behavior, it could be I didn't bring my pencil to class, I'm not prepared, I'm always late to class. All those things in traditional grading systems end up in the grade, in the single sole grade of my kid's got a C. Somebody talked about it. My kid was a really smart kid, but he bombed out of school. Is that because he didn't know it or because he just didn't behave the way we expected him to behave? And so by separating those two things, and this is actually not a standards-based grading thing, this is just good grading practices. I can refer you to multiple grading practices where people all over the country are, and in this valley, are changing, we're taking zeros out of grades because the mathematical calculation connected to a 0 and 100-point grading scale is atrociously bad for kids. And so separating the standard and what we expect kids to know and be able to do from little Billy doesn't bring his pencil to class or he's late every single day are two very separate things and should not be lumped into what's my kid's one grade. He's got a 72%. That's.
I don't know, thank you. I think I understood my kids even with an A, with why they got it, or B or C.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I agree with that, but
I would encourage you to come visit with any of us and we'll talk with you about how that standard can show exactly what your kid can do and can't do in class. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's very
Thank you
clear.
very
Thank you,
much.
Mr. Chris.
Thank
I think it's clear that we all want obviously the same goal. And it's just what vehicle is going to get us to that point. I do appreciate the fact that, and I'm speaking from a parent that is frustrated with this not knowing, but I'm going to blame the parent too. I mean, it's my responsibility and duty to find out. But then again, it may not make a whole lot of sense. It didn't when I first was looking at, still doesn't really. And there's some frustrations in the system. I'm curious, Dr. Russell, and I don't know if you know this number or not. And if you don't, that's fine. We don't need to ask it to any other person. But I was just curious that, like, do you have an idea of how much time teachers might spend in the classroom or outside of the classroom on standards-based grading?
Chair Kirkman, I don't have a quantitative number. I think that varies depending on the experience and the training that the teachers have in the content area and the class flow that they have. I think there's a variety of variants of that, and each level there's a difference as well.
Yeah, because I know that I've heard from teachers about how much they have to do and in the classroom, outside of the classroom, the hours involved, the time involved, and I get that. And it's certainly not lost on me. And so that was a question I had is, does this add to that workload? And is it a necessary addition to the workload? I guess that's more of the question.
So Chair Kirkman, there is an added workload, right? I don't want to say that there isn't. It really comes with developing the proficiency scales out based on that standard. What does a 3 mean based on the 7th grade math standard that we have? How does a student demonstrate that? Once that is created though, then that workload is lessened. And we are still in content areas where we're developing that. Sometimes it takes tweaking. But it does create, as I mentioned earlier, the ways to raise student achievement throughout a district is reduce the variance. It does reduce variance across classrooms and across departments, across the district, as you work through those essential standards. So I'm just trying to, the answer to the question is yes, it does take work. It does take time. That was some of the feedback that we heard when we originally spoke with our teachers back in 2019.
Has there been sufficient data enough, not enough maybe, but has there been some data over this last full school year regarding standards-based grading, whether it's comments from teachers, whether it's frustrations? I mean, we've gone through a full year now of another full year of standards-based grading after COVID, but
We did not take any input, any focus groups like we did our first year. What we did at semester is we sat down with each of the departments that had started and each of the full faculties at East Valley and Lone Star, and we sat down and we just asked them what's going well, what's not going well, and we took a list and then we modified out that. We did not do any of that this year.
and was that due to you just wanted to get back into the swing of things after COVID and maybe not press the standards-based grading and all that?
Yes, there were many factors though why we didn't do that. One is standards-based grading committee that kind of focused that and guided that work over the 2 years of COVID, just defunct it. And then because of COVID, we were really just trying to get teachers back in to teaching traditionally, every day. And then of course the illness thing that hit mid-year, and we were just trying to keep schools open. Just trying to find bodies. That was our primary focus mid-year. So.
Okay. Trustee Taylor?
So I'm learning the difference because I'm an auditory processor that this is more dialogue. So we're all very clear that I'm not trying to make a definitive decision here, but I feel like that this deserves weight. So what I really hear is, first and foremost, the way that it's designed to work isn't really how it's working. And I think that that's probably the hardest to accept, is that it sounds right like standards. Here's how this would compute. So here's the standard, has your kid mastered or not? And then we know if learning is being achieved, which I think is always the end goal. Is my child learning or not? So I hear that. I don't know that the end result feels that way, and it doesn't seem to me like it's cohesive across the board. And I would agree with you that there is fear in what you said as far as grades go when it comes to that entry. What I want us to be careful of is, it's a big conversation. And I think as a board, we have power to assess this almost immediately. If this is a big enough issue and we were to do more surveys and more collection, I think that we could get a lot of information. I don't want us to take something away that is working. This doesn't feel like it's working. Right, but I hear that there is this idea of what it is supposed to be and what it is supposed to do, but in the feedback that we are receiving, and I do feel like it is quite a bit of feedback, I hear that that's not what's happening. And my fear would be is that this is just another point of contention, because we also need unification where parents feel included and teachers feel like that communication is heard. And so I think that this is wrapped up in a big conversation. Again, this is all for dialogue. I'm giving my thoughts out, not making a decision, not saying that this has to be a decision. This is where my thoughts are going as we listen to everybody and with all the feedback that we've received.
I have to agree with that. I'm finding myself kind of in between, I want to be able to respect the district and I want to be able to respect the parents and the students. I think that they both conflict from what I've seen with each other. But I think Superintendent Russell mentioned the fact that we can do a work session. And I would like to move forward with that as soon as possible. And I don't know if surveys can be included or sent out to parents and students and teachers with the right appropriate questions so that we can have some answers.
Well, it's summer, you're not going to get any response from students.
No, you'd be surprised.
They're all out for something. Anyways, my apologies to interrupt you.
Okay. I just believe that if we can, because this is a bigger conversation, and so far, all I'm hearing is that the answers are there, the answers are there, and it should be working, but it's not. So what am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something big. And I don't know, I gotta raise a hand, I don't know what that.
Yeah. No, well, I think we're at a point, unless there's any further discussion, I don't want to beleaguer the point and rehash the same points that have made over and over and over and continue to do that. This is an action item. That doesn't mean we have to take action on it. We can take, just want to throw that out there, so.
I just kind of want to make a request of this board because this is the first time that I've heard this board talk about just doing away with standards-based grading completely. And yes, it has been on the agenda, but nothing to that conversation of we're going to do away with it. And none of the policies in our packet say that we're going to say it can't happen. So if that's someone's wish on this board, I just ask that we would make it clear and be transparent with our community, with our parents, our teachers, our students, that that's what's happening, because sometimes that's why you don't get feedback, right? So if somebody doesn't realize that this is possibly going to be not allowed at all, which is kind of, I did hear a strand of that in conversation tonight. I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth. I'm just explaining what I heard. And if somebody's not listening for whatever reason tonight and hasn't seen it, like they may not know that the conversation is leaning that way or that it's even a possibility. And so I do think whether it's through surveys or whatnot, yeah, I think it's important. I mean, we have 13,660 students. And when I look at the percentage of parents and students who have emailed, it's not a large percentage, but I also don't know why some are and why some aren't, but I know that typically happy people don't email. You're gonna learn that. People who are happy with how things are going and the way things are going do not email, do not show up to board meetings and comment and say, great job. And I know that I wish it was different. I wish we were getting feedback on things all the time, like what's good, what's bad, what's ugly, what needs to be fixed, what's going great, right? I think we all would, but I'm just requesting that we be very specific. So if someone has in mind that the policy would change to read as something that that no one would be allowed to use standards-based grading in this district, or that at certain levels it wasn't allowed at all, I would just ask that we be transparent and include that in there if that's the lines that folks are thinking as we move forward.
Chairman and trustees, I
Yes.
just want to speak on clarification of the board packets. I did upload all the documents, and it does have multiple things in there, including a draft policy without standard-based grading, and it is very clear. If you look at it, it does say without standard-based grading on the board packet. I'm just saying, as that part for the packet information, it doesn't say the conversation piece, but I think this is a more transparent packet than has been in the past. That's my
And
clarification.
I'm not trying to say it's not transparent. I'm just saying, and I agree, I read them. I read all those policies.
Yes.
The one that you're speaking of just removes standards-based grading, which the previous board had said it was intentional. We intentionally wanted standard-based grading and an implementation of such. And so it just removes it, which would give teachers choice, which is how it's been in the past. Okay. So that's the piece that if it's going away, I think we need to let people know so they can show up or they can email before a decision is made, just based on our experiences thus far this year.
Well, listen, I lost my train of thought. Okay, hold on a sec. So Trustee Simpson, is there action or inaction or?
I think just hearing Trustee Valle say, we want it on the next work session, we want to hear more from Dr. Russell, like to me that's enough. And to say if surveys, I mean, I would fully get behind a motion or make a motion. I can't right now because I'm speaking to, but if somebody wants to, I'm behind it. To motion to get surveys out and to collect that information, to collect more data, I'm fine with that. But I'm also fine, I know Dr. Russell's here in the room and I feel like he's hearing us and can help move that stuff forward as well. But if we want to be more formal, that's okay too.
So I do believe we put this on the agenda because it does need to be discussed. There's been enough input that felt that this was needed to be discussed. I'm glad we had this discussion. It's been on the agenda before. There wasn't much discussion. That's why it's on the agenda again tonight. Whether there was an action, it's on the action item. If the board chooses to take action on this agenda or chooses not to. That's the only reason it's on the agenda is for discussion. I appreciate the district staff being here and providing a lot more information than what we've had previously. I expected a little bit more public input on this than what we received, but I know you're demanding it. First of all, it was on the public agenda and everybody has an opportunity to comment on anything on the public agenda. You can read all the documents there that everybody has access to. There was nothing on there whether or not to ban it. It was open for discussion. And that's what we've had tonight, and I appreciate that. So it's up to the board whether or not you want to take action or no action or what type of action.
I would like to take action on this, and mainly because I think we
Hold on. Wait, I don't need an interruption. Trustee Valier is speaking. Let him finish. Your mic's off.
I would like to
My
take
fault.
action.
Your mic is off.
Oh, my mic is off. I'm sorry, I was speaking in Spanish, I thought. I would like to take action on this because I feel like we need to just get more information, be more clear. At the same time, I don't want to dismiss all the research that has been done by the board members. I don't know how much people do, but I know I've talked with a superintendent, I've talked with principals. Should I name them all? It's not that research has not been done. And it may appear that this may be a quick decision we're trying to make, but I don't think so. But I would like to make a motion. And my motion is, I move that that we move on from this subject and have Dr. Russell do a work session in 2 weeks, if that's possible, to give him enough time to. And I would like to see principals or whoever can come that has some general information that we need to hear. And I would also like to see parents and students at the work session to give their input on the matter.
Chairman Griffin,
Yeah.
seeking clarification, the
Please do.
motion would be, or trustee Valle, to table this item into a special board meeting with more information to be provided to the board to help guide them on moving forward.
Right. Also, but I would like to add in there something about having parents, having students, and having board or district. I want the full circle.
Well, parents and the public is always invited to public meetings, always. There's always that opportunity.
But they don't get to speak at work sessions is my own,
Well,
or not
if we have-
necessarily,
If
so
we
I
have a
just,
special
yeah.
meeting though, we can definitely take public comment in a special meeting.
Yeah.
Rather than a work session. And let me just comment on your motion also, and I don't know if you were done or not, more for clarification. I'm not sure the 2-week timeline we should put. I just have we don't know what our schedules are in 2 weeks, that's the thing. We can schedule it as soon as possible, I think would be more, I mean, because we have to schedule it with district staff and everything else, so. Just a thought.
The problem is as soon as possible can be in August.
So did we get the clarification on that motion? so that we know what's on the.
I'm close to typing. Okay, to table a special board meeting for the superintendent to gather more information and provide to the board and allow to allow public input at that meeting also. And I'm still trying to put it on, but basically to table to a special board meeting for the superintendent to provide more information and allow public input and hold the meeting as soon as possible. Correct? You can add a survey if you would like, but I don't know if that would also be a time restraint as well. So it's what's not part of the motion.
Everything's a time restraint. In the summer.
Well, and I think, I mean, my only hang up is the 2 weeks, just calendar wise, making sure we all can meet, but I'm not necessarily opposed to it, which is why I haven't seconded your motion yet. But I think, even just inviting and making sure that folks know, like, we're inviting you to come talk to us about this, right? I mean, and really, so if you have an opinion on this and you feel we need to know that and hear it, like, just allowing folks to know that, to me seems even maybe way more efficient than a survey, because they could email or they could
Well, we can send an email that this is
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah.
But I definitely want to hear parents' input because they're the ones that have been frustrated. Of course, I don't have the names.
But you will.
But I will.
2 weeks from now is going into the 4th of July.
So, yeah, I don't think we're set on a 2 week.
But like, I believe that as soon as possible, that we would work with the schedules.
Yeah.
Well, I understand that. I just know that Trustee Valle, his motion was not as soon as possible.
We did change it. That's why.
Oh,
I clarified that.
you did?
So,
Okay.
Chair Human,
Okay.
point of clarification,
Yes, please.
can we have our clerk read the motion as it
I
stands?
was just gonna have her do
To table to a special board meeting for the superintendent to provide more information and allow public input on this subject and holding a meeting as soon as possible.
I would second that motion.
Okay, motion's been made as a second. Any discussion on that motion?
I just think this is one of those things that we need to let the people, public, students, teachers, staff, know that we're trying to do our due diligence, and we are doing our due diligence. So.
Any other discussion? All right, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes.
Trustee, or
Yes.
sorry, Chair Kirkman, above and beyond the meeting, I would agree. Can we also do a survey because it is summer? I know that doesn't
Well,
have to be
it's-
part of the motion, but.
Yeah, it wasn't part of the motion.
You can ask us.
The district staff, I mean, we can leave that up to the district staff to determine the best. I mean, we always will accept, obviously, patrons can email and that'll be part of the public record. They can show up, do public comment. And then if the district staff chooses to solicit additional information, that's something that they can do on that too.
Okay.
Okay, action item G has been removed from the agenda, and so we will move to action item or agenda item 7H, which is disposal of challenge books. What's up real quick too? Okay, so this item on the agenda is for discussion and possible action from the board as to the disposal of the books that were removed from the libraries. Previous motion, a previous decision by the board last month, a couple months ago, I lose track of time, was to remove the books forever. And then we left it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Lamont, you have the records in the minutes, so I think at that point, we left it up to the district staff to determine what that, how to dispose of those books. There was a policy in place.
Right,
Okay.
which is what's going on.
And then there was a question that came up, and Trustee Valier, this question came from you as to what is going on with the books. And so I put this back on the agenda to address this specific item as to make it very clear to the district staff what will happen with those books at this point right now before a process is put in place to deal with library books, challenged books. Does that make sense? To make that clear? So that's what's on the agenda. I mean, that's what this issue is for on the agenda. Any questions? Okay, so I do, there's no questions by the, I'll open it for discussion. What are your thoughts?
Can I maybe paraphrase what I
Please
think I
do.
heard from you, just because I'm.
It's always good to restate.
Yeah, so what I heard you say is that this is on here to show what those policies are for removal.
So, and I think there was some information here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Russell, I think a lot of this information was submitted by you just as informational, as district policy for disposal, those kinds of things. I think the district just needs some specific clarification as to what do we do with the books now that they are been removed from the libraries. And I think and the reason I put this back on the agenda is I think it's important for the board to make very clear to the district, what is that disposal gonna look like? What is that to be? Until we get a process in place to maybe deal with these books that are on the list, future challenged books, whatever the case might be.
Can we have Superintendent Russell explain what's that would be?
Sure, Dr. Russell can start with the policy on disposal.
So Chair Kirkman, trustees, the policy on disposal, the procedure on disposal depends on whether it's an adopted curriculum or whether it's a non-adopted curriculum. If it's an adopted curriculum, then the Director of Curriculum Instruction has a say in how that could be disposed of. If it's non, then they meet with, it depends as well. So some of it has to be put up and possibly sold, and there could be some money garnered from that. If it's not a curricular, like library books, then the Curriculum Instruction Director would meet with the superintendent and talk through a process on how to dispose of those. And that's left up to the superintendent and the Curriculum Instruction Director.
Some of these books are part of the curriculum, correct?
Some are. So it would probably be the ones that have been adopted, that are in our English language arts courses. We would probably have to put those out to see if they could be sold, and there could be revenue generated from those. The ones that were just in the library that were selected, those could be disposed of as according to the procedure, how superintendent and curriculum instruction director best see fit. Right now, just for clarity, the books have been collected and they've been inventoried and they're put in boxes and they're stored in our warehouse right now.
And I think that's where, at this point, I think the board needs to make very clear as to what the board would like to do at this point with those books.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Trustee.
Yeah, one of my questions with the email that I sent you guys was that my thought was that disposal means disposing of or getting rid of, not storing. But as I read the policy more, it came clear to me that we had to go through this process of figuring out how to dispose of them. And so they can sit there until we figure that out, basically. Am I correct?
If that's what the board chooses to do.
Well, that's what I read. That's what I understand from it.
Okay. Questions? Trustee Pearson.
Because when, and I'll reiterate what I said last time when this happened with these books, is we came into kind of a hot topic. These books were a concern of the communities and the concern had been ignored for over a year. And so here they came before us, and because there were some safety issues with minors in these books, we took them off the shelves. Right now, we want to work on a new process and procedure because I feel like the past one was failing. They were returning books that I felt were not rated to be returned. That being said, I would like to be able to have the books to know when there's a challenged book, to be able to read the book before we make a decision so that we can, decide from there. I did read the summaries of all these books, but I felt that we needed to make a decision right now to take them out of the hands of the kids until we could decide, and that's where they're at. So what I would like to do is I would like to have all of these books so I can read them and then put them through the process.
Okay, so I want to be very clear. Again, this particular agenda item is specific to the disposal of the books. We're not talking about the books in question coming back or what the process is going to be looking like. That's not what is on the agenda tonight. It is specific to the disposal. What is the board's direction to the district staff as to what to do with those books at this point right now? I just want to make that. So those of you who are going to comment publicly, and there's a few signed up, I just want to make sure that I will interrupt you if you do, if you don't get to this. I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Sorry. No, you interrupted my thought. No, I have to start all over. No, I'm just kidding. So I just want to make sure that that's very clear, that when you do come up to make comment, that was comment on the disposal of the books at this point right now. Now, Trustee Taylor, because it looked like did you have a comment or a question? Okay. Any other discussion before we go to public comment?
Point of order.
Yeah.
So because I'm hearing different things. So I just want to make sure the board knows, like, if you come back to the decision that was made on the books, it is possible for the trustees that voted in favor to bring it back to the board. So I wanted to make sure all trustees knew that, because I felt just in some of the conversation that was happening here that people were looking for something like that. But I also wondered, just in something I've heard, not directly from our attorney, but I believe through one of our board members, that we can't hold future boards. So I'm wondering if this, though, is even a discussion like that we should be having, because the motion holds boards forever. So are we just in limbo, and should the motion here really just be to store them until we get our act together? I just need some clarification or before I make a motion, or I, think about what motion might need to happen.
Yeah, so it's been, and I've said this publicly, it's on public record that, yeah, as the chair, I can bring this previous motion that the three members voted for to remove these books back to the table, and we revisit this once the process is in place. My concern is that these books would be gone and not have the opportunity to go through that process, which is what I don't want to happen. That's why when the question was brought up by Trustee Valier about the disposal, that's when I wanted to make sure very clear to district staff, because if we do, or when this issue does come back to this board for a decision, for the process of dealing with challenged books, I want these books to be a part of that process. And I've been public about that. It's been on the record. And so that being said, you're right, when it comes to the forever, does that hold future boards, or can that hold, or is it, yeah, you make a very good point, is that forever hold future boards? So
What if it's already?
Well, interesting conversation. From what I understand by the conversation so far is that maybe storage would be the best option until it gets re-examined. That's kind of the gist of what I'm understanding. So the conversation so far.
But again, then, if we do decide that we don't want some to be returned, we have to decide what we're gonna do with them.
well, and that will go through, that should be part of the process and go through that.
That would be the next step.
Yes. And that's what we're not doing this right now. Trustee T.
Would you entertain a motion?
No, because I want to take public comment. Okay, so if there's no other discussion from, let's move to public comment, and there are a few people again. Elaine Yost is the first one. Sorry, I knew you were right up here, but she's first on that. Are you here, Elaine? Yost, I'm sorry. No, okay, Bob Otten, you still with us? And Kelsey Parra.
Me.
All right, you're up.
Okay. Well, if you're gonna, I had a whole speech, but since you're gonna rain on my parade,
Took the air all out.
yeah, I'll email it to you, but absolutely not in favor of banning books. But, my,
Wait, he's gotta wait for now, so there.
oh, wow. Not in favor, not a good idea. Here's, so storage would be the most appropriate thing since we want to relook at these books. I actually brought you guys some books. So, here's Looking for Alaska, just finished it, great book, would recommend it, 100%.
Okay, we want to stay on point on this agenda item, and it's
Yep,
just for the
so-
disposal.
And then Fahrenheit 451, people, come on, guys, we've read this before. Censorship is not ever a good idea. Okay, so if you would like to return them to me, the name and phone number is in here. Okay, you don't have to. Please, I would love for you to go through the process, read these books, and reconsider this ban. Okay, I have a whole speech. I'll email it to you, but you're on my parade, so that's all I got.
Well, apologize.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Shelby Dusnup.
I wrote my comments down so that I wouldn't get too flustered. Good evening, members of the board. I'm Shelby Dusnup. I'm a teacher at Nampa High School. I am also the teacher advisor of the Gender and Sexuality Alliance. I know.
Please, I'm gonna interrupt you.
I know.
Stay on the agenda topic of just disposal.
The disposal of these books matters to these kids, so I'm going to say my piece.
Hey, but
I'm going to say my piece. The disposal matters to these kids.
keep going.
I'm here to speak for these students. These students who come to GSA are members of the LGBTQ+ community and their allies, or they are allies. A predominant theme of our GSA meetings this year is to create a safe space in our school, especially as students have not felt safe this year. This year at Nampa High alone, there have been multiple incidents of students being threatened, including one student having his car surrounded at the end of the day when he was trying to go home by other students. Another student was threatened during a school assembly that should have been a joyous event and sat in the corner shaking with me until the assembly was over, not feeling safe to leave the assembly. Along with this, our LGBTQ students at school have endured an onslaught of verbal abuse from other students. All of these harassments have been because these students are living as themselves the way they were born. Last month, after you made a decision to ban these books, they came to our next meeting hurt and protesting. There are characters in these books that have experiences like our students do. The characters are regular teens navigating regular life, and regular life happens to include gender, sexuality, and abuse. By removing these perspectives and then disposing of these perspectives, you are communicating to LGBTQ+ students, whether they are out or not, that you do not value them as human, that they are less than. You are communicating to their peers that it is okay to keep harassing them. This is not okay. These students are valuable and they deserve to be treated as such. All of our students deserve safety and representation. You are not providing that. You can start to do better first by not disposing of these books, go through a process, learn what you can learn. And then next, I guess this doesn't pertain, but reverse your book ban. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dusnup. Okay, next up is Steve Tanner.
Chair Kirkman, trustees. Yeah, I'm in favor of there being a process. I wrote an email to all of you this week in which I articulated my concerns about that. After the work session on January 6th, it became clear that there was a lot of confusion about what is the process for reviewing books. And secondly, it also came to light that the librarians themselves didn't really have criteria. by the direction of the administration or the board or the community, and whether or not the community was even involved in the process of reviewing these books or how to review the books. So I'm asking simply that you bring a process in place before you do anything, one way or another. In regards to the disposition of the books, I just finished reading Looking for Alaska myself. I would not want that sold for revenue. I wouldn't want those books going into any other hands. There's so many things about the book that is socially unredeeming that I just don't think it needs to go anywhere. I think they need disposed of, period. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Mr. Tanner, I just a question on you, because I can't read your handwriting. You put on here support against 4. Can you just tell me what this word is real quick?
I said it's conditional.
Okay.
Oh,
Conditional. Yeah. So I'll make sure you get the right one.
My father's a doctor.
That's pass on the skills. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Lance McGrath.
Lance McGrath, 920 9th Avenue South, Nampa, Idaho. I'm the founder of the Nampa Band Books Fan Club and want to talk about the disposition of the books based on that motion that lacks some maybe of suspect credibility. So I just want to thank you first for helping me to renew my desire to watch the movie Footloose. And then also thank you for helping to get students reading again. So appreciate that. No, seriously, we've had a lot of students doing that. So we're concerned by the recent actions of the Nampa School Board to dictate what we choose for our families to read. Students and families in the Nampa School District have been adversely impacted by the book ban imposed by the Nampa School Board on May 9th, 2022. The freedoms of thought and expression guaranteed by the First Amendment are essential elements of American life. We believe that reading choices should be left to parents, and we understand that school libraries carry a wide range of reading materials that reflect the diverse lives and experiences of Nampans. The banning of books forever from the Nampa School District's collections assumes that the idea is shared and the books do not resonate with or represent students, families, and individuals who are an integral part of our community. We also understand, as responsible parents and citizens, that if we find a book to be inappropriate for our families, we have the opportunity to choose a different book from those available through the Nampa School District's libraries. If a parent wants to limit the books that their family can read, they are free to do so, but they do not have the right to restrict the books available to other families through the Nampa School libraries. We support the rights of other parents to choose books that are appropriate for their families. We do not believe that any level of government, from the school board to the state legislature to the US Congress, should dictate or censor the reading materials available to citizens of the United States. We respectfully demand the reversal, which would be a disposition, of the forever book ban issued by the Nampa School Board on May 9th, 2022, and the immediate return of the 22 books named in that decision to the libraries and curricula of NSD 131. Now I have petitions signed by 206 people, flesh and blood human beings who live in the Treasure Valley, who attended our read-ins and the book distribution at Flyingham last week. This should come in juxtaposition to the petition by the change.org petition that was originally submitted. They had a bunch of anonymous support and also had signatures or e-signatures from people from all over the world. So if you're going to take local comment, you need to look at this stuff. I'll submit it. I also have my petition I will give to you. And I have postcards from people to give to you as well. So who should I?
Are those the ones that you already emailed?
Chairman,
Nope.
board, I don't believe so. I received those here at the district office
Okay.
and I only sent the board the ones that were signed, not
Right.
anonymous, due to the fact that they can't use
Okay.
anonymous information.
So Lance will give these to you.
So can I ask you a question?
No. Thank you, Lance.
Thank you.
That's the Ely.
Really am gonna talk about
the disposal. I'm here to talk about the disposal of challenge books. First, I want to talk about setting a precedent. That word precedent echoed in this room multiple times on May 9th, 2022, but for the wrong reasons. It was under circumstances of the possibility of breaking your own board policy by banning the books you will talk about disposing of tonight. These books were banned based on claims of one word, pornography. However, myself and many community members of NAMPA have been reading these books, and here's what we found. These books are largely about topics that evolved around the LGBTQI community, involve BIPOC issues, religion as a front for tyranny, violence against women, classism, abuse, experience with grief, loss, coming of age, and all were targeted for appropriate age groups. This board, its comments and actions have spoke very loudly on why these types of books were banned and why we didn't find it pornography. The collection of the books seemed to follow a theme that didn't fit a certain worldview in today's culture. The precedent that I want to set tonight is that our community that is set to have a certain mold is very diverse. And many members of our community are going to continue to speak up against homophobia, transphobic, classist, sexist, and oppressive religious and political ideologic views and policies that govern this board, our schools, and our children. These books represent students we have in our schools right now. We have heard you calling their identities and their lifestyles derogatory terms, and then turn around and talk about mental health. Then you remove healthy coping mechanisms, books that talk about coming of age, coming out, and how to deal with adversaries, difficult life scenarios. You need to understand you aren't helping, you are hurting. I care deeply about the youth in our community, and when I say that, I mean all of our kids, including our queer population within the district. That is truly inclusive. That is truly the mission here in this district. You have a community here begging for you to hear them right here, Nampa, Idaho, in this building and out on that lawn. Please please open your mind and your heart. And for the religious on this board, please consider Peter 4:8. Above all, love each other deeply, above all. Lastly, I want to speak to age appropriateness.
You have 3 seconds.
The books with the more mature sexual content are geared for ages 16. This is really important. It talks about military.
Everyone had 3 minutes. I
Okay.
apologize. I want to be fair. And in that same light, so.
I'm the last person.
Well, no, actually, I wanted to go back because I did not allow Kelsey.
Chairman, and everyone functions from the same rules. 3 minutes for everyone. If you
I
allow one
understand
person
that.
to go over, you
No,
want
no,
to?
no.
I know, so
Let
that's
me
why-
finish my thought here. So I appreciate Bessie. Thank you for your comments. However, Kelsey wanted to talk more about more than just banning, and I said no, and she held to that. But then the next person got up and just talked about not just disposition, but everything else too, and I allowed that. Everyone got 3 minutes. So I do want to be fair to Kelsey. Kelsey, you can come back up and finish your thoughts. We'll give you 2 minutes, and that way everyone has the 3 minutes.
I'm gonna use that. I appreciate it. It's literally.
That's fine, that's
10
what I don't
seconds.
care.
Yeah, I'll read it. I appreciate it. It's right here. In the next page. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, it says, the books with the more mature sexual content are geared for ages 16 plus. I served in the military. What's your name? Betsy. Betsy served in the military with kids literally 17 years old in boot camp between their junior and senior years. Kids aren't old enough to read books about sexuality, but they can train in war. Suppressing one's ability to a healthy learning outlet about sexuality doesn't have the effect you think it does, and neither will disposing of these books. When a child, yes, a child is curious about sex because they are, it is better for them to poke their head in the book rather than go looking for porn on the internet because they are curious. I am up here for our community to be heard and supported, and that you may take some notes on what that looks like. You need to understand the harm you're inflicting. Please consider that they aren't going to stop fighting for these books to stay. If you dispose of them now, hopefully the money comes out of your own pockets to replace them. Books are expensive.
You have 1 minute left on your
Okay.
time.
So I'm just going to say, right here, so I said, the purpose of educating our kids and the purpose of committees is to have a diverse population that understand all of our students. And that means meaning all races, cultures, religious backgrounds, family structures, and LGBTQ communities. Okay, and what I'm asking you today is to reconsider the ban on these books. Let the committee finish their evaluation, because there was a committee. There was also one parent that complained. Pick a few of these books yourself and read them. Ask your friends and neighbors to read them, and then have a genuine conversation about them. Most importantly, ask questions, investigate problems, gather facts, trust professionals, and be open-minded before taking decisions that impact all of NAMPA students. Please keep in mind, when you ban these books that you have more than likely never read,
Time is up.
you chose to impose your ideas and beliefs on others. You took choice away from students and families.
Thank you, Kelsey. Appreciate it.
Chair Cook, will you entertain a motion?
Yes.
I motion to store the challenge books and have them go through the challenge book process once approved by the board, and to provide the board members a copy of the books to read and do their due diligence at each individual board member's request.
I second.
It's been motion and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I am surprised people haven't done their due diligence. I thought we did. And we voted, so that doesn't make sense to me. But if you're saying that you need to do,
Hold on.
if you're saying you need to do your due diligence, then that's telling me that it should have been done before, so. I just don't agree with that.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Maybe.
All right. So those books that have been removed and are currently in the warehouse, Dr. Russell, will stay there until the process is in place, and we'll bring this issue back to the board at that point in time. I appreciate all the public's comment, I really do. And sorry, Kelsey, for interrupting you the first time, but want to make it up to you. Make sure you got your time.
Chairman Kirkman.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to table all the information items and reports to the June 27th meeting due to the time and still having a full agenda.
Okay, it's been, motion's been made to table information items, so agenda item 8, A, B, C, and D. Double check. Okay, motion's been made. For a second?
Chair Kirkman, I'd like to make an amendment to that motion.
Okay.
I would like to amend that we do table everything other than B, the strategic work plan. And can I speak to that? The amendment?
Well, it hasn't been seconded, and Tracy's motion hasn't been seconded either, right?
Yeah,
So-
Martha seconded it.
Oh, you did second it. Oh, I
Yeah, so
apologize.
that amendment,
I didn't hear you second. So it's been motion, and Tracy's motion has been, Ms. Lamont, Tracy's motion has been seconded. Do we need to vote on that?
No, she just made an amendment.
But since
and
that's
so-
the action on the
Yes.
amendment.
And now you can enter in a second.
All right. So it's been motioned to amend Trustee Pearson's motion to table all items except for 8B.
I would second that.
All right, that motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Sure. I think that it's really important that we continue work around a strategic work plan just so that we can continue to align our board. This is the language that makes the most sense to me, so I totally get it, the meaning has run long, but I do believe that the strategic plan needs to be focused on sooner rather than later.
Okay. Oh, you're giving Randy Dewey an L here.
Yes.
Chairman Kirkman, so all you,
Yes, Lamont.
right now, you just have to call for the vote for the approval of the amendment to the
Right.
motion, okay?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question before we vote on this? The policy 3570, that's under Dr. Russell's report, superintendent reports. I just wondered if
if that needed to, was one of those things that was sooner than later as far as reads and things like that. So I just wanted clarification before I vote on that.
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Simpson, the policy is actually policy 2700, so it's my mistake. It has to do with our senior graduation, our senior requirement for math in senior year. IDAPA rule has changed where it allows 6 credits needs to be taken. Right now, our current policy requires one of those years to be in math credit in the senior year. Talking with our schools, we'd like that to possibly be a change, but it's something that we can bring up at another meeting and talk in further detail.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, there's a motion and a second on the table. So, and this is for the amended motion to leave 8B here and table all the others. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So we will move to item 8B. Dr. Russell.
Chair Kirkman and trustees, as Trustee Taylor had mentioned, very important that we do begin to focus attention as a board around the strategic work plan. And so my intent tonight was to share with you a little background around the strategic work plan. And then I wanted just to preference that by what I'd like to do is because I know it's difficult for us to meet and we got many things on our agendas. Possibly if I could send you some homework that would require you to kind of read through some of the strategic plan and give some input back to the administration as it helps develop that. And then as you see kind of how we develop it, we can maybe bring forth and talk about it at future board meetings. But
Chairman, clarification, I believe any input on the strategic plan, because it will need to be an action item, so any feedback would have to be provided at work session or a board meeting rather than via email.
Dang open meeting laws.
Chair Kirkman, Clerk Lamont, could that be something that could be collected and then shared publicly in a board agenda?
Could it be, could we respond via email since those are public?
Why don't we ask?
As long as the board members don't communicate with each other and it's solely through administration, there will be a violation.
And you can't voice your opinion on that particular
Right.
topic.
As long as you don't talk about it outside of a board meeting, you share the superintendent individually, but don't discuss it.
So any response via email would be from a trustee go directly to Dr. Russell and include all of the board members
No.
in that response?
No, it would
But
have to be
just
one
at a
board
time.
member to
Yes.
the superintendent, he'll gather it all and then bring it back to
Okay.
everyone.
I
And you
just want to
can't
make
voice
sure.
your opinion on why you're commenting that
Right,
comment.
and you can't talk about it separately outside.
Yeah. I
It's a
think
gray
that's-
area.
It is, but I think for expediency and to move this along, I think that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, I absolutely was planning on sending an individual and then getting that feedback from each individual, and that would give some administration just a little bit of a start. But let me just share a little bit around it so you can understand a little bit around our strategic work plan. This is the plan that does guide the work of the district, that really day-to-day operations throughout much of the year, and does focus. Next slide. So the purpose really is to impact student achievement. That's really what we want to focus our plan on. As I mentioned, it does guide our daily work. It does keep our district focused on key high yield instructional strategies. And it also allows us to monitor the work that we occur throughout our district. The last line there, the antecedents of success, is an educational term which really defines basically something simple. That if you're good, you know why you're good. And if you're struggling, you know why you're struggling. And our strategic plan is really important that we understand why we're having success or why we're not having success in certain areas. So the way the plan is developed, there is 7 large strategic areas that we work in around guaranteeing a viable curriculum, highly effective instruction, professional collaboration, focusing on the whole student, the leadership that takes place in the district, the educational support that we provide to our staff, and then community engagement. Those are the 7 large areas. And underneath each of those are goals. Next slide. So there are 23 specific goals that relate back to those 7 areas. Some areas have more goals than others, and depending on the year, some of those goals will change. And I'll explain that in a second. Actually, if you can go back, I just want to give a little bit more clarity. Each of those goals, the way it's written in the plan, has a current state. So where are we at as it currently? And district and gives a current status as where the district is in one of those goals. It'll say which action steps, what are the things the district is trying to do. It'll dictate who's responsible for that action, and then how we're measuring whether that action is taking place or being successful or not. So it has really 4 components on each of those goals. So what we do typically this time of year, and this is why this is up and why it's an important topic, is we review previous data that we have from our students and the achievement levels and where we're at. And we see where we're being successful and where we're not. We look at best research and current practices that we have. We draft basic goals based on that. And we work with our directors to see whether those draft goals make sense with where they are focusing their work. We present that draft to the board and we give feedback. Typically, this is how we have done it. And then we finalize our plan. So what we do is once we get a plan developed, we begin to review that with our directors on a quarterly basis. So about every 2 months, we bring that back and we review the actual steps that are taking place and the action steps and review the evidence that is taking place and whether we're making progress or not. And we typically color code that. Red means we're not making progress. We're having troubles in the area. Yellow means we are making some progress. Maybe it's not perfect, and we kind of talk through some of those difficulties. And green means we are making progress. And so we do that through each one of our department heads and our leaders. We'll walk them through it, and then we give the board updates throughout the year about how we're doing on that. And sometimes we'll share some of that color coding. Sometimes we'll just share in general. The board can give us feedback on how they'd like to do that. And then we do some student achievement data updates as well as those come along. So this has had a huge impact on the things that we have done in the district. So our graduation rate, which again, prior to COVID was the highest we've ever had because it was a big focus in our strategic plan over the last 4 or 5 years. ISAT data in the growth, as I mentioned, we were outpacing the state for a couple of years. COVID hit, we fell. This year we're seeing some growth back in some areas, but we're also seeing some stagnant areas. But that had a big focus, was on the plan. Our EL student achievement, we had a big focus on that for several years and trying to close that with our co-teaching. Our community resource centers, those FCRCs that we see around our district, those were a big part of our plan and getting those out so that our kids and families can have support. That was written into it. I mentioned our co-teaching model. Our facilities plan that we're going through right now, reassessing how our facilities are and the current state they are and where we are with enrollment and all of those things. That was part of this plan. The focus schools. I mean, many of you have gone and visited some of our schools and the focuses they've had. That was a big part of this and trying to create better engagement within our community, better engagement with our staff and our students. And then community partnerships. Going out and partnering with our community has been a goal of that, working with folks out in the community and getting some grants that this district has received in the last several years, all of it. So I just highlighted those as some of those are some of the things that we did focus on and we're very successful on. There's other things in there that we, standards-based grading, for example. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done in that. That is in this plan, and clearly that has a lot of work that needs to be done. So some highlights, some areas that still need to work on it. So just wanted to give you a general timeline in the past, kind of how this has worked. Does not mean it has to follow this way, but generally in May or June is when we begin to review the data and devise a plan, a draft plan. Typically we bring that sometime in June or July. And gather that and bring it to the board sometime in September. That's how we've done it. And usually the board kind of approves that when we approve our overall CIP plan. And then we typically review it throughout the board periodically throughout the years, how that has worked. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have around our strategic plan. One of the things I asked is I will construct some stuff so I can get some feedback on some of the goals and areas. And then we will work through that, but I'd be happy to answer any questions I can about it or any thoughts you may have.
Just a quick question. So because of COVID and that experience that was unprecedented, is that something to that effect? Because this, I mean, now we know that it could happen again. We don't know when, but is something like that going to be worked into or considered in the strategic plan going forward?
So prior to COVID, we had focused on mainly the academic things. When COVID hit, we wrote a plan based on COVID and response to that. I would hesitate on having a plan focused solely on that because we saw such great regress in some of the areas that we were making progress in.
I guess contingencies more than anything else.
Yeah, last year, we wrote a plan that said, even if COVID comes, knowing that that's a reality in life, we need to move forward with it. We just can't stop things and halt schools. And so we developed a plan that would say, we're gonna try to move forward, understanding the concerns around it and do the things that we can mitigate illness and reduce absences and stuff. But it wasn't solely built around COVID. It was trying to get focused back on some of the academic goals that we had prior.
Any other questions, comments for Dr. Russell?
So I love strategic plans. So this is my language, but I just think it's really important to reiterate, just from the perspective of a board, I think once we can really align ourselves with the strategic plan and get on board and give our input, go back and forth and get really on the same page with this, I really think that it's going to make our work more cohesive. So I can't begin to explain once we're all, in this process together, then we really will have some better measurables by which to get feedback of our work, if that makes sense.
One of the hopes for administration is that we would get some feedback so that we could start structuring the draft plan. What we don't want to do is structure a draft plan, present it, and then have to go back and change it and not have it be able to be approved in time. So wanted to get a little head start on that. And as mentioned, we appreciate some feedback from you as sensitive information.
Good, thank you. One last time, any other comments, questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Russell. I'm going to move to agenda item 9A, but I'm just going to say, trustees, if you have any possible future agenda items, get them to us go on. I'm going to do that for in the sake of time. And now agenda item 10.
I motion that we move to executive session to A, consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent or public school student. B, D, to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74, Idaho Code. C, J, to consider labor contract matter authorized under Section 742061A and B, Idaho Code.
Okay. Second. Thank you. It's been motioned and seconded. Roll call.
Trustee Simpson.
Aye.
Trustee Pearson.
Aye.
Chairman Griffin.
Aye.
Trustee Taylor.
Aye.
Trustee Betty.
All right. or audio. All right. We just need a motion, right? Motion and a. You got those, Mandy? You wanna?
I move that we waive the 50% plus one of the professional employees' written evidence for negotiations for the 2022-2023 school year.
Second? Or does anybody have a second?
Point of clarification,
yeah.
is that the right year? Wasn't it for 2021, 2022?
No, but because we were negotiating for this
For
next year.
next year.
Thank you.
So yeah, it is a trip. Yeah. I think we-
Thank you. I second.
All right, it's been motion and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. You got them all, you might as well go through them.
I move that we approve or ratify, whatever the word needs to be, the 2022-2023 master agreement as negotiated.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Nay.
Good.
I move that we ratify the addendum to the 2021-2022 master agreement as negotiated.
Hold on just a second.
Clarification, were we going to issue contracts here with the map?
I have it.
I thought we were gonna do it with this right here.
Hold on, just trustee Valier, hold on just a second. We'll clarify the record.
I think
Go
we were
ahead.
gonna do it with the approval of the master agreement, correct?
We'll
The issuance of.
follow this before that.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as that.
Okay, before we move on, can I just, trustee Valier wanted to, for the last motion that we had, your vote was a negative, a nay.
I would like to change that if I could.
Yeah, I think he was confused and was voting on a different motion. Thought it was a
I
different motion.
apologize.
Oh, no, we just want to make sure the record is correct. So,
It is midnight.
It is.
After midnight.
so it was a unanimous vote on that other motion. Okay, sorry, then.
That's okay. I think I finished, but do you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
I move that we ratify the addendum to the 2021-2022 master agreement as negotiated.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
You sure?
Yeah, that's,
Just making sure.
He's messing with you.
Yeah.
It's not
Okay,
nice.
we got,
I move that we issue contracts I move that we allow Superintendent Russell and his team to issue contracts for the certified staff pursuant to the agreement that we just ratified for approval at the June 27th meeting.
I second.
any, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I move that we approve the salary schedules for classified administrative and classified supervisors.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
I move that we I move that we table contract approval to June 27th meeting.
contract approval for,
The no. Administrator, thank you. Thank you.
Second.
hey, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Do we,
Adjourn.
if they're not, okay, no. All right, we adjourn at 12:07.